Good morning, sirs. Good morning, mates. Good morning, doctors and everybody on the platform. I'm sure you can all hear me. Um, my name is Dr. Ben Festus, and I'm the current Director of Research for Federal Polytechnic Ede. Now, this is a research series organized by the Directorate of Research and Development. One of the things we try to do in Federal Polytechnic Ede is to try to see how we can share the knowledge, because I don't expect that knowledge should be immune or limited to some places. So if there's something happening in a particular institution, why not others can benefit from it? So this is the drive that has formed part of what we have been able to do since coming on board for the few months I've spent as Directorate of Research, though I'll be leaving soon anyway. Last week, we started a wonderful series where we try to look at AI in research. And of course, the reason why we did this is because I've gotten a lot of feedbacks from people who wanted to know how they can use AI in research. And of course, last week, we had some engaging sessions, the first series, where Dr. Johnson and Engineer Oladele were able to convince us, and of course, were able to tell us how to use AI. Dr. Johnson looked at the notebook LM, and of course, I also learned one or two things from that. In the course of the week, I tried to practicalize what I learned, and of course, I was able to get one or two things done. Dr. Oladele followed that also with the ChatGPT, trying to show us how to create a dashboard with AI that you can actually export into your Excel folder. And of course, it was a long talk, but again, it was also engaging. And that takes us to the third series, the third session today. Unfortunately, the fourth speaker will not be available, so I will be the only one taking us today on this third session, or that's about the second series. So in the course of the event, or maybe in the course of the month, or maybe later, if there are some specific tools you want to find out how to use, you can drop them on the chat box so that we can look at how to organize future trainings in that regards. So I'm hoping that today we would also go a bit practical, and of course we would also go deeper than we did last week. So by the rule of thumb, every speaker is muted. So that is why you are not hearing any echo or your voice. So we are actually speaking. I know you are hearing my voice. So, but if you want to make comments, you can always use the React icon. You can clap, you can share, you can if you can do just on any comment, any emoji that you are comfortable with. Then of course, if you also want to ask question, you are also free to raise your hand as well. When the time comes, I will be able to unmute you and of course do that. Interestingly, I will be both the presenter and the manager, so it's going to be a very big task for me. Like we did last week, we are also streaming live on YouTube, and you can also follow in case your network begins to misbehave as well. Then we are also recording this particular conversation so that people can also listen to it later in case they are unable to do that now. So without much ado, let's get into the business of today. Session 3 is about using ChatGPT for academic writing and thesis to article conversion. And of course, part of what I'm expected to do is to do a live ChatGPT demonstration for research tasks, thesis or project to article conversion, AI supported citation and literature review workflow, and as well, we have our normal Q&A. It's possible I don't follow this pattern. I will just follow a pattern that works with me. So bear with me and try to learn as much as you can. If along the line, like I said, there are rooms for questions, you can always please signify by raising your hand. So a little about me and what I do. My name is Dr. Ben Festus. I'm an advanced materials development and characterization specialist. I also run corrosion, surface engineering, and durability studies as well. And of course, I also do sustainable and circular materials innovation. One of the key areas where I work is agro waste. In fact, waste is one of the beautiful things I've come to love. And of course, yesterday, I think I had a podcast where we talked about waste to trash. I know some of you saw the podcast. If you didn't see the podcast, I will be glad to share the link with you later in the day, or maybe on the comment section. Then electronics instrumentation. Actually, my PhD is in instrumentation and electronics option. I'm a physicist by training, but I've over the few months or few years diverted a bit into material science. And material science is also part of physics. The reason why I did this is because it allows me to collaborate with researchers from different parts of the departments, civil engineering, in fact, virtually all engineering departments. They are my friends, chemistry, biology, so I can collaborate with as much people as I can, while still also seeing how I can also introduce my electronics concept and instrumentation concept as well. Now, AI and digital tools is another thing I've come to develop myself in over the course of the years. And I've been using them strictly for academic productivity, and most of my innovations are driven by these tools. So now, I don't know about you, but there's always this argument about who a secretary is and who the assistant is. Time did not permit me to actually do a mentee multimeter like my colleague did last week, but I would love to listen from us in the comment section. Who do we think a secretary is and who do we think an assistant is? So please type your comments. Let's quickly look at what people are saying about that. Who is a secretary and who is an assistant? Okay, I'm not seeing any typing. If you want to speak, can you raise your hand? Let me unmute you. Let's give room to one or two to contribute to this. Now, the reason why we need to get this clarification is because if we don't get this clarification, we will not be able to appreciate what AI has come to do and what AI is meant to do. So it's important we understand the difference between a secretary and an assistant. All right, I'm not seeing any willing hand, so I guess maybe most of us are following in the spirit. All right. It's all right. So one of the things we need to understand when it comes to secretary, some of us have personal secretaries, and one of the things I think they do for us basically assist us maybe typing or doing some other kind of errands. I don't know what kind of errands you do send your secretary, but I know one way or the other you try to engage them. So I think for some people, okay, I'm seeing a conversation in a secretary convey your communication while assistants can stand in your absence. Okay, I think we should picture it in terms of a secretary that actually types, and of course, you want to type a memo. You can just say, secretary, type this thing for me. So the secretary goes, sometimes you give the secretary a draft, sometimes you don't. And the reason why you do that is because, of course, there are some people's career. Those, we used to call them hospitality, we used to call them typists, secretarial studies, before they now got angry and changed their names to office technology management. But the ideal thing is, the concept is, you have an idea you want to portray, so you say, okay, secretary, go and develop this idea and bring. And as the boss, you sit down sometimes, you go through what he or she has written, then you make editing. That was the feeling then when you become a boss and you have secretaries, you have all manner of assistants, so you can send them, they become your errand boys. Let me use that word in quotes. So you sit down in the office, sipping your tea, they go about, type the thing, you come, you will shout at the secretary, this is not what I see to type, go and change it. You feel like the boss. But of course, the assistant, like somebody said, in this case, assistant can actually be somebody that acts for you. Assistant can also be somebody that goes on errands for you. Basically, whatever assistance you need them to do, that is what they do. So there is a clear role between a secretary and an assistant. And of course, I'm even seeing some people that have AI assistant that is helping them to take notes. So somebody is assisting somebody. So a secretary takes down notes from the boss while an assistant supports the role. So these conversations are fine, and let's proceed. Now, when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence, there's always what we call the generative AI policies. And very many journals, which are the ones that is going to, because this is the research, so it's assumed that whatever we are doing is for publication. So they have different policies. And when I went through the key five, the top five, the Elsevier, the Springer, the Wiley, the Taylor and Francis, the NPDI, part of the key, what all of them is saying is, number one, AI cannot be listed as an author. And of course, why is this? Because somebody must be able to front. AI cannot defend anything. And when it comes to research, there should be a face to the research. There should be a face to the writing. Somebody must be sued. Somebody must be accountable. So AI is not accountable. So it is not a registered human being. It is not registered in any way. So it cannot take responsibility for anything, because AI does not generate. It is people that makes it to generate. So if you are the one using the AI, then you have to take responsibility for whatever your AI does. Just the same way a secretary cannot, you go to a meeting and you get, maybe secretary made errors and you did not cross-check and you went there and you saw the errors and you were lambasted. You can't come back and shout at your secretary. Of course, you can do that. But again, the question is, people will tell you that, why did you not proofread? Why did you not go through what was presented? Why did you come? It means you're also lazy. So AI cannot be listed as an author. So all AI tools do not meet authorship criteria and can not take responsibility for whatever manuscript you generate. So if you're thinking of suing the AI company, please drop that idea, because it's not going to work. Number two, disclosure is expected when AI meaningfully contributes to the manuscript. Of course, that is why we always have what we call the ethical declaration statement, or the declaration of the generative use of AI. So Elsevier, for example, requires an AI declaration statement when you are submitting. Springer Nature also asks for documentation if you use AI in the methods or other sections. Then Wiley also requires detailed disclosure, often in the methods, disclosure, or acknowledgements. Again, so people try to, the first time we had these issues was when somebody came and did an author and made AI one of the authors. So it generated a lot of discussion online. Now, why would AI be an author? It's a tool. It's just the same way you say Google should be an author, Gen AI should be an author, ChatGPT should be an author. No, that is authorship. So that was what led to these policies. And of course, but again, for transparency's sake, journals require that, or publishers require that authors do declare wherever they have used AI and what actually they use the AI for in the study. Number three is the human oversight. The human oversight remains mandatory. We have said before that AI cannot be an author. So what it means is somebody must take responsibility for whatever the AI is doing. So these publishers allow AI use only with author verification, editing, and responsibility. So the argument before was you can't use AI. But now many of the journals have stepped down that policy, because it's much as saying somebody telling you can't use library. So, because AI is the new thing. So the issue of you can't use AI is going down the back. But what we are trying to do, or what people are trying to do, is the fact that still make you accountable, because whatever information you are pushing out there, you must own up to it. You must be sure that the information you are giving out is correct. And if there is any backlash, it is your reputation that will get dragged, not that of the AI. And of course, we've been seeing these days so many professors globally losing their jobs because their students published an article with their name and it was AI generated. And why? Of course, there's no issue with AI generation, but the challenge was most of the informations were fake. Most of the references were fake. So somebody's going to get the spank for that. And of course, a professor will have to step down or lose his job. Fine, he was not the one that wrote it, but the fact that his name was there, the policy requires that if there's an article with your name on it, you must go through that article to give your consent before such article is published. If there's any retraction on that article, you will also be dragged alongside. Number 4, basic language editing is usually treated differently from generative content creation. And now this is one of the key things you need to understand. You see, over the years, I've wondered why some people got, you publish articles, your articles get rejected on grammar basis, get rejected on some several level of technicalities, and you find that, okay, people reject my article. Is it that the ones they've written, those beautiful ones you see online, were they written by humans in totality? Of course, not exactly. They have access to some tools. They have access to some tools that help them to do copywriting, access to tools that help them to check their grammar. So, and these tools are paid tools. But of course, these are secrets that nobody tells you. You see beautiful articles there, you see good discussions, you see good interpretations, and you're wondering, whoa, this guy must be an expert. Of course, he's an expert one way or the other. But again, in terms of the writing, he's gotten some tools that have assisted him or her in making those presentations look or seem flawless. So, for generative policies, there's a distinction between when you use AI to edit your language, and that's what I do when I started using AI. One of the things I had to do is I try to convey the concept. You know, there's something in your mind you want to say, but just that you don't know the English to use to say it. So what I do is I pour out my mind on the AI, say, okay, this is what I want to do or what is coming to my head. Help me fine tune it. You know, and by the time it fine tunes it, I'm like, wow, wow, wow. Wow. And sometimes it's like, I didn't say this, I didn't think this, you know. There's that sometimes good connection, sometimes poor connection. Then I fine-tune my thought again. So the AI is supposed to mirror your thoughts. So even if you're bad in language, you're not good in some languages stuff, you can actually have AI to assist. So such issues are not flagged. If I use AI to paraphrase, it's not supposed to be flagged. If I use AI to help smoothen my English, it's not supposed to be flagged. You know, but sometimes what is being flagged is when you generate a full content with AI. And of course, these days, even we'll get that discussion later, because AI cannot even differentiate between an human-generated content and AI-generated content. So again, it's all about marketing. One tool will tell you you have 98 plagiarism AI, and another tool will tell you, pay me, let me help you humanize it. It's just scam. Because why would one AI flag me and another AI will generate what another AI cannot flag? It's just marketing scam. You know, you need to understand the concepts to see how it works. And that's why these days journals are no longer being strict on the how many percentage of AI you have. Of course, some publishers can be, but it depends on the publisher, it depends on the journals, you know, because there's a way you will look at a writing and you will know that, okay, it's fine, it's well polished, but of course, it makes sense, it's human. Even if it's AI assisted, you can't prove it because it's human. But again, there are some that you will use and you will see people copying and pasting, and you will see, you know, there was an article that I get some controversy online sometimes back in Elsevier where the first line reads AI. And people were like, wow, what is this? How does this kind of article get published? You know, and they was dragged and the article was retracted. You know, so these are the kind of, so you must take due diligence. And that's what we'll see as we continue with the rest of the training today. Take due diligence in whatever you're doing when you're working with AI, because you must retain the authorship, and if there is any flaw, you will be dragged for those flaws. And lastly, image or data limits are stricter than text assistance. Most journals do not permit you to use AI to create images that you would insert in manuscripts. Of course, for some of us, we try to use tools like Canva to create our images. But so far, Elsevier and Springer do not permit you to use generative AI to create or alter manuscript images. The same thing with NPDI. In fact, NPDI emphasizes that authors must be responsible and transparent when they use AI. So I think NPDI is not really against it as such, but they just wanted to declare that, okay, this particular image is AI generated, because sometimes maybe in the course of the month we can still look at how to generate quality images using AI. I can show you that. And sometimes you find that that's a way of generating concepts. There's an image idea you have in your mind, and you don't know how to draw it. AI can actually help you. You can just tell AI what you want. Tell AI how you want it, and it will try to give you something close to what you're looking for. And if it's not, it can also make 1 or 2 tweaks. But when it comes to publications, what we are saying is, if you are going to use AI, you must make sure you are ready to declare where you use the AI and how you use the AI. So we proceed to the next stuff, and that is prompt engineering. There's this conversation around prompting. When I started using ChatGPT, one of the things I had to develop for myself was a way to communicate with the system. And this is where so many people get it wrong. When we started using the search engines, we talked about keyword optimization, where you have to type a particular keyword, and even when you use that keyword, sometimes you get articles that are not related to what you're looking for. The search engine is designed to look for articles that contains more of those keywords. So when we were doing website design then, because I actually spent a lot of years doing programming, website design and stuff like that, we have to take what we call search engine optimization very seriously. You want to look at what are people looking for. That's what we have done these days. When it comes to you are using your phone and you are getting advertisements. So we are looking for ways to say, okay, what are people discussing? What is the thing you like discussing? So sometimes that takes us to another level of argument or conversation, is your phone really listening to your voice or your mind? It is because we've been able to find a way to harness some of the things you say and see how we can serve you ads that will, so that you don't get. That's why I discovered that 4 of us can be in a room using the same mobile device, and we get different contents being served to us. Because again, whatever content you get shows, 1, what content you often click on. Number 2, what content you stay more on. And number 3, what are you talking about? So there's a way the system is designed to secretly listen to your conversations. Unfortunately, you have no way of controlling that, except you're a top programmer. So just accept that. But most people came up with this issue of prompt engineering for the use of AI. And why prompt engineering is good, because it helps to craft effective inputs. Dr. Engineer Oladele actually took us through a lot about it last week when he was talking about you trying to make the AI give it a face. Tell it, okay, you are an expert in this. I want you to do this. Of course, prompt engineering, write a poem about a space. Tell me who is my wife to be. Tell me what is 1 plus 1. The tone, the length, and the style also matter. So for prompt engineering, the length is very minimal, and the style sometimes has to be official. You have to make it, you have to learn. So I see people saying you have to go and learn prompt engineering. You go online, they tell you prompt engineering, you must learn, tell us the prompt you are using to do your AI. But of course, well, that would not work for now, because if we do systematic review, or bibliometric review, people tell you to tell them the keywords you use so that they can also use those keywords to search. But AI is now different, because we are trying to distinct between all these parameters, all these technologies that are out there. So when it comes to tone, for prompt engineering, you have to no digression. You must be specific on what you want to do. And of course, prompt engineering has to do with your keywords, your format, and of course, the instructions you are given. But for me, I have developed what I call conversation engineering. And that is what I'm going to be showing you today. I don't work with prompt engineering because it is limited, it is flawed in so many ways. I don't have to key myself into trying to learn something that others are using. No. I see AI as a partner, and that's why we talked about secretary and assistant. Somebody should be able to talk to, somebody you can talk with, somebody you can have a conversation with. That is what the AI does. So the AI is both the secretary and both the assistant. And of course, if you're going to talk to your secretary, there must be a conversation. It's not one way, move, come back, move, come back. No, you expect the secretary to also show empathy. You expect the secretary to also demonstrate their knowledge. You expect the assistant to also reflect their own mindset. So everybody has a role to play, and that is one of the things you are trying to do when it comes to conversation engineering. And that's why for me, I'm pushing this narrative more, because I feel prompt engineering is archaic. Prompt engineering is underutilizing AI. And of course, the best thing you can do is do what we call conversation engineering. You converse with this guy. You sit down with you tell AI what your problem is. You tell AI what you are going through. You tell AI what you want. Of course, I'm not saying AI should replace God in your life. But what we're saying is you need to see AI as a friend. You need to see AI as a partner. You need to see AI as somebody that is there to assist. Of course, it can fumble, it can wumble, but again, you can always fine tune. And one of the things I've learned when it comes to using AI conversation engineering is AI gets to know who you are. So anytime you come in fact, these days on my prompt, on my GPTs, if I want to run something about me, I just tell AI, you know about me, generate something about me, and it gives me perfectly what I'm looking for because we have become part and parcel. So I don't do prompts. I don't have to key to a prompt. Of course, AI can also tell you prompt me, but for me, I think we need to move to what we call conversation engineering. So if you really want to enjoy AI and its use, you must understand the concept of conversation engineering. And of course, what does it do? Engagement. It makes you, and we're going to see that when we actually do what we're going to do this afternoon. And of course, it gives you a flow control as well. So there's empathy, it's able to resonate with you. It's not a robot. When you do prompting, you are using AI as a robot. Of course, it's arguable, but for me, I prefer to stay on this other side where there's life. Look at the other part of prompt engineering, everything is just robot, robot, robot. There's no you there. There's no you. People telling you, learn machine language. I do code. So I understand the need of machine language. I understand the need of trying to convert whatever characters you have into a machine. That is prompt engineering, but that is archaic. AI can do more than that. So I have come up with a concept called conversation engineering. Converse with the AI. Brainstorm with it. AI is not the one thinking now. You are the one thinking. Pour out your thought to AI. AI will help you look for documents, for manuscripts, for things that can assist you. I want to learn a software today. I don't need to pay anybody. In fact, arguably, we used to say it, if you are learning computer engineering as a course, well, sorry, apologies to colleagues in that regards. You're wasting your time because I can sit down with this guy and I can learn faster than you. The same thing about the computing. So I think those in computing should begin to look. Thank God they have actually onboarded them. It's good they're on board because it has to be more active based, not just one kind of learning how to code a machine. We have gone beyond that. So we want to discuss with this machine. Most of the tools I know today, I learn them with AI. If I'm looking for a tool that I want to use for the first time, I don't know what to do, I will go to AI. I want to do this task. I'll have this particular software. Tell me what to go about it. And before you know it, it will walk me through the process. And I'm done. So this time I will need to pay somebody to do that is gone. I'll keep my money, of course, learn some new knowledge, and I'm able to complete my tasks faster. So the question we have today now is, are researchers really independent? I don't know. Maybe let me hear from us. You can drop your comment on the comment section. Do you think researchers are really independent? Do we have a mind of our own? Now that AI has saturated the space, has it not taken away our dependency? Somebody argued last week that AI is making us lazy. Well, it's a big question. It's a big food for thought. Is AI really making us lazy? Is it somebody saying this day that you must learn to do some things yourself, otherwise you will lose your identity because every time and then you want to do with AI? Well, it's arguable. It's a point. But again, like I said, it's arguable. Is AI really indeed making us lazy, or is it helping us? So the question becomes, how then do you perceive this AI? How then do you understand this AI? How then do you see AI working in your life? But I will argue the other way. AI is not really making us, has not taken away our dependency. So if you are the type that believes, or you are skeptical about AI, oh, if I start using AI, I become lazy, I become dumb, then you have not used AI. Because those that use AI, and like I will be showing you this afternoon when we get to the practical class, you will discover that the more you use AI, the more your knowledge increases. So if you are not getting good results with AI, it means your knowledge base has not enhanced. So AI is not for children. AI does not even make your task easier. AI even makes the task more complex. The only thing AI does is it gives you access to information from a multiple source, from different timelines, at a very fast speed. And that's what you see in this picture. You see all these scientists from different backgrounds coming together, looking up to the sky there. And what are they doing? They are looking for information. Researchers look for information. I have an idea. Oh, I want to create a new car that flies. It looks weird, but as a scientist, there's nothing called weird. What it means is possible. So I begin to see, okay, what can I do? It means I have to go to China and see what car is available. But I can discuss with AI. As AI, you are in every part of the world. What are researchers doing about creating a new car? Or I have this concept. And of course, you can see all these things you see here that are like they are neurons. Neurons are also found in human bodies. Neurons carry information. So, and that's what the AI looks for. It has neurons connected to different parts of different systems, online systems. You are hearing me now from in fact, I'm in my study and I'm communicating with you. Some of you are in your bedroom, some of you are in the toilet, some of you are in the kitchen, some of you are in a party, some of you are on the road, but we are still communicating. So AI, what it does basically is it's not taking away our dependency. No. So for me, I will argue well to say that AI does not take away a researcher's dependency. It does not make you useless. It does not make you lazy. No. It depends on what you're doing with it. And of course, we have seen lazy men use AI, and of course, that's why they get cited, they get flagged. But there is a way to use AI, and that is what this training is all about. When you understand the perfect way to use AI, I don't know what else you want to use afterwards. You will just find that this is what you must use. And if you are still there contemplating, should I pay or should I not pay? You are missing out because you have not known what to do with it. Those ideas you have, those dreams you had, those crazy ideas you have, how do you bring them to life? AI can actually do that for you. So let's take this discussion further. Before, there's library. Like we said last week, everything started with the library. And what's a library? A library is a place where you have books, all manner of books. I don't know, I remember my first time in a library when I was still in secondary school. It was like, wow, what are they doing here? And in a library, you must be quiet. You don't make noise. There is one man with cane going up and down. In fact, in library, you must drop your phone. You will not take your phone inside. In the library, if you don't know where the book is, you have, in fact, I've been to Johannesburg Library. Their library is, I don't know how to put it, maybe how many square meter. It's a very long library. So you have to go from one section. Now imagine how many books do you want to read? So that is why you see my guy here on the other part, on this left part of the screen, is just buried, he's troubled. Why? There's too much information. Which one does he want to write? Which one does he want to read? He's just tired. You sometimes know in the library those days, when you go to the library, you see people pack like 10, 15 books. They will put it up like that, and you're wondering, these people no book. My friend, they are all gimmicks. They are all gimmicks because don't get carried away by such things. So, but that's what people do then. They will go to the section. Even the book they did not need, the textbook they are not going to read, they will pack everything. So that they will just show that they are reading something, Let me not even go. So that's what you actually have. So you have an information overload or difficulty in obtaining information. And one thing we have proven over the years is the brain can only give you attention, good attention, for 2 hours. Anything above 2 hours is going to struggle. At some point, it will listen. At some point, it will fail. Your thoughts begin to flicker. So sometimes we tell you 2 hours at a stretch, come back and rest. Or maybe when you wake up in the morning or in the evening, look for the best time at which your mind works, at which but again, you can't take as much. For some people, it's even 1 hour. Some other people, 30 minutes. And that's why, for me, that teach children, one of the things I do when I am teaching a child is because I need to look for stories to engage. That's why it's kind of from whatever my slide is, I'm using pictures. Why am I using pictures? To engage you. If I've made this slide just text, you will get bored, you will get tired. But the pictures are there speaking to you. You're looking at the picture because we have found that pictures as a way of connecting to people's mindsets. Picture as a way of creating what we call we're trying to create your mindset to see things, to explore things. Your imagination, yes, that's what I'm looking for. It helps your imagination. So with the issue with the library then was too much information. Of course, there are times you are smiling like this girl on the right side that saw something from one book and what is she doing again? She's writing it down. So you pick a book, you have to jot somewhere. If I ask some of us today, where were those jotters used in those days you were using the library? You can't find any because they are not existing anymore. So these are the things you were talking about that are the issue with the library. Too much information storage is becoming being an issue. Sometimes you come back, you see some articles, some textbooks, they make sense, some don't make sense. How do you know which textbook? You have to screen through all the textbooks to look for the ones that reconcile with you, and you want to do literature review. Of course, it's going to be a very terrible work. That's why those days PhDs take long years to finish, because before you get to the library, before you see the textbook you're looking for, and sometimes when you find a textbook that matches what you're looking for, somebody else will either tear the book away, they will pocket it, or they will go and hide the book. We've done that several times. When I see a book I was using, and I saw that the book contained information, when I'm leaving the library, I will go and hide that book in another section where nobody will see it. Why? So that when I come back the following day, I can locate my book, because there is no guarantee that that book will be where you kept it if you put it on the main stand. So most of the times, you find librarians going up and down looking for missing books. They are not really missing, but one reader has hidden them somewhere where somebody else cannot be able to use. So the researcher's nightmare with libraries is that knowledge exists, but getting it was a nightmare. And that's why you see this hologram. Sorry, apologies if you don't like ghost. I have to use ghost pictures here to depict the nightmare. It was a nightmare. It was a big nightmare. Imagine this guy in all of these books. How many people that boast, oh, my library is worth 1 billion, my library is worth 10 billion? Ask them, how many have they read? Again, sometimes you only connect with a book just once. So most of the times you keep materials or resources you don't need, because the information you might need from a book might just be a sentence, might just be a paragraph, not the entire book. So it's just a paragraph, it's just a sentence that you need that will actually impact your life. So why then do you go about boasting, my library is worth 10 billion, my library, when you yourself know that the last time you picked a book on that shelf, I also have a library behind me here, but I don't know when I've picked. Why would I pick a book on the shelf when I can actually access the same information from the internet? What am I looking for? So this nightmare was there. So why we agree that libraries hold the world's knowledge, but getting it can feel impossible, because you don't know which book, you don't know which author that will give you the information that you're looking for. So sometimes it's just by stroke of luck, or you find yourself trying to stick to whatever author you see. So sometimes, again, we talked about it, you can be on hold for weeks, you can ask for a book. Those days they were doing digital renting. Sometimes they will tell you the person that took the book has not returned it back. And what do? You wait. So every country with their different problem. Then we move on to what we call the search engines. And of course, search engine, I remember when it came those years, it was like, wow, 2000, 2001, it was developing. Of course, those that were used to a library were fighting it. Search engine, oh, no, it makes you lazy. It does this, it does this. And some of us smiled that, okay, sit down there and be arguing whether search engine is good or bad. By the time you get to know what's happening, you are far behind. And for me personally, I went in and I said, okay, do I want to use computer for evil or do I want it for good? And I said, okay, fine, I want to do it for good. And I went into programming, search engine optimization, web design, and I was looking at, and of course, some of you remember this guy, Yahoo. Yahoo was the top guy then, but I don't know if Yahoo is still existing, because I don't. It was looking like nobody can beat Yahoo. All of a sudden, search engine, Google, came into the picture. And it's dealt badly with Yahoo. Of course, Google was still struggling then. Of course, if you don't use Yahoo, some of us will go and use axe.com. I don't know if I see remember this. I don't know if they say exist. I don't know when last I've gone to this website. But these 10 guys were the top guys then. You want to do search engine and you have not gone to the end of this site, you are not ready. You are not ready. And of course, along the line, Google began to sweep the competition. And what was Google doing? It created what we call a Google Scholar page, the fourth repository. And what was it doing? It actually had to separate general search from academic search. So if you want to do research, you don't need to go to main google.com engine to search. You go to Google Scholar. Because if you stay with google.com, you will get search results that has to do with commercials, that has to do with somebody selling a product, until after some years, Google began to split the thing. into two parts. The advert will be on one part, because before, those of us that were designing for companies, we have to make sure that the company's website comes among the first 10 results. And that was why we had to learn search engine optimization. Because why will you pay me to program a website and somebody types a product and your company is not among the top 10? How would they see you? Because we had to start using Google for advertisements. It became a tool for adverts. And because there was this conflict, you send students to the website, go and search. They will tell you, oh, guy, we didn't see anything. I tell you, how can you not see anything in the biggest library in the world? Google became the biggest library in the world. So all those libraries, all those information that were sitting on the bookshelf were digitally transferred, and they became digital concepts. So it became a digital library. So there was no need for me to go to and with digital library, there is no, somebody has borrowed the book, has not returned it. That one is not there. With digital library, I can locate the key phrase I'm looking for. But of course, there was still also information overload, because you do one search, you do search engine for maybe how to be the top marketer. It returns millions of results for you. What time do you have to go through millions of results? So we were still having that same nightmare. The nightmare was still there for us. The nightmare we were trying to run away when it has to do with library. We had that same nightmare because you have this much information overload. And sometimes the top 2 searches or the top 20 does not even contain the information you are looking for. So how then do you locate your information from all of this? Of course, with search engine, there was a little light at the end of the tunnel, because again, I don't have to go to the library to sit down over and over again. I can actually wake up anytime I want, log online, and look for whatever manuscript I'm seeking for. I don't have to wait for my library to get new articles. I can actually get the latest articles online. So there was some light at the end of the tunnel. But again, the issue of information overload and timing was still there. So one of the things you find with search engines is that you don't just find information, they also give you possibilities. And that's one of the things you see us being able to do here. So the library is almost becoming a museum, except libraries that are now developing themselves into what we call repositories. So what was the solution? There needs to be a link where human and knowledge meets. I don't know about you, but one of the things you need to understand, when we say artificial intelligence, it is not slavery. Artificial intelligence depicts knowledge. You're looking for knowledge. You're looking for something. You need a place where you and knowledge can meet. And that is what AI is all about. AI brings the human closer to deeper knowledge. It brings you closer to something you don't know about you that exists. So the only way we could resolve the issues that emanated from library and from Google search engines is to come up with this concept. And like I've said over time in several forums, AI is not really taking over. Maybe you have watched too much Terminator movies and you felt AI is going to take over the world and you are going to become a slave. Forget those stories, please. AI is not doing that. But we are trying to harness a deeper part of human beings. Sometimes you don't know what you can do until somebody tells you what you can do. And that is what AI is basically doing. AI is knowledge unlocked. You unlock knowledge fast, simple for everyone. I don't have to go to the library. I don't have to wait for me to search and go through 1 million search engine results. I get what I want exactly, instantly, by just conversing with the AI. Oh, look at this example. Explain quantum computing simply. Give me examples, applications, and future impact. Try this on the Google search engine and let's see what you get. You will get millions of results that make no sense. And the first 10 do not even explain computing. The first 10 does not even give you examples. Except now that it's becoming smarter, people are trying to integrate AI into search engines. So human beings came up with the fact, okay, there are ways we can make this process more better. Why would I want to search for an information and I will still take time looking for them from different websites? Sometimes you go to a website, the only thing you pick in a website is just one word. And that word, you must have to reference that word you picked from that. Sometimes just a phrase you will pick from a whole website. Most people, and that was where students were actually having their own nightmare. They were expecting that the website would just give them the whole project complete and they just come and give back to their supervisors. But they found that that was not possible. And I tell them, you are supposed to gather the information, just like somebody that is trying to pick beans from the shaft. You have to separate the beans. You have to pick the beans manually. Well, somebody can, maybe I will ask AI to teach me how to develop a way where I can automatically pick beans. And recently I watched a video where a woman, a mother, had to mix rice and beans for the children and said because they were disturbing, they should separate. And I thought myself, wow, this is an idea. I can ask AI, can we develop a separation technique using a particular material optics or something characteristics that can help me separate beans from rice in the speed of light? Imagine if I can have that. I'm telling you that information is possible. It's available. It looks weird. Oh, can you separate stone from rice? It's possible. It's because your knowledge has not gotten to that level. But with AI, you can get fast knowledge. And of course, it's not like the knowledge is there, but you can pick them in pieces. So you look at what AI has done. AI has used this technique somewhere. Oh, that technique has been used in economics or in mathematics. Let me pick it and come and use it in my own field. And that's what it's doing. That's knowledge. So sometimes the solution you are looking for exists, but not in your field. So you need to locate the field where that solution exists. And again, when AI returns the result, it gives you clear result of what you are looking for, not another effort of you going to scan through another library. You left the library because you felt there was too much wahala. You came to search engine, you are back to the same problem. So what is it? What has changed? And research, we don't have time. We don't have time. So how people tell you if you want to publish quality research, you can only publish one in 1 year. Bros, drop that line of thought. It's a cake. In a year, I do 10 publications when I'm not even at my best. So if you're saying, oh, you do quality research, you must spend 1 full year. You are not serious as a researcher, with due respect. You are not serious. Because the tools are there. 2 weeks, you are done. 2 weeks. Of course, not counting the time you use to take data. And these days, to even take data is even faster. To analyze data is even faster. Maybe in another webinar, I will show us how to analyze data and how to use AI to do that. So don't join those people that are always looking for excuses. Oh, 1 year for good research. Which good research? Even the thing you call good research, how many citations do you have? Within that 1 year, people would have finished that article, finished that novelty of the research. What you think was novel for you? In fact, now in science space, if you don't publish within a month, then I'm not sure if you are ready to be a researcher. Every month, at least, you must have an article under review. At least. So if you now have 6 students you are supervising, what does that give you? That gives you 6 topics. But what do some lecturers do? They will give 6 students 1 topic, laziness. When you can use those same students to get 6 topics. Most of my collaborators that I work with, some of them have 10,000. I have the one I has about 400 publications. And I was like, how do you do them? Of course, if he has like 10 postdocs, 5 postdocs, 10 PhD, maybe 5 masters, and maybe 10 undergraduate students. Now that's about 30 students in a year. That's 30 topics. That's 30 publications. But what do? You have 6 children, 7 children, you join them and give them 1 topic, laziness, or not being able to understand that these are resources. You see, as academics in Nigeria, basically, with due respect, we waste our resources. These students are your resources. And the quality of the tasks they do is a reflection of you as a person. So why would I have 6 students working for me or 15 students working for me and I am not seeing 15 topics? Then, before AI, it was difficult to get a topic. But now with AI, you can get 15 topics that aligns with your concept, that aligns with a problem you are trying to solve. And what is research? Is simply solving a problem. Look for a problem. Problem is you don't have to even look for the problem is even around you. What are you not happy with? That's what I tell my students, go around. If you add technology, what will you do with it? What kind of technology will you use to solve this problem? And they come back and tell me, okay, in my area, people don't have light. I'm thinking, can we use this and this? So fine, that's a topic, that's a problem. The problem is there's no light. So the question is, how then do we solve it? What tools do we have? How do we convert charcoal to something else? How do we use locally available materials? I don't have to import from where I have. You know, when apologies to go back to the Bible, when who was it now? I think it was Jesus talking to somebody, said, "What is that in your hand?" You know, okay, it was Moses that was trying to part. He said, "I can't go forward, I can't go backward." And God said, "What is in your hand?" God had to use what was in Moses' hand to deliver him from his problem. So most of the times, the solutions we are looking for that will transform the world is not in China, is not in America, is not in Iran, is not in UK. It's right there in your environment. So you need to identify the problem of your environment, look for the same solution there, then come back to the AI and say, okay, how can I make this into a practical solution? So with AI, it's simple to use. Just ask. It gives you instant answers. It has access to knowledge base. All those books that you will read as the assistant, it will read everything for you and just summarize for you. And if you are not comfortable with what it has, you say, bros, go back and search. And you sit down like the boss that you are, because you are supposed to be the boss. And that is what all of these rich men do. They don't spend time thinking. They get people that think for them. The only thing they do is to take decisions. So if you want to, you think a rich man will sit down and be reading books, how to be a rich man, how to be. It's only poor men that sit down to read how to be a rich man. A rich man gets people that thinks for him, that does the job for him. The only thing he does is to sign or not to sign. Because by signing, he accepts that decision. So his job is to look at the information you have brought, and you come and defend that information, and you tell him how they can make more money, and he tells you, okay, I like what your idea, I sign your check. That's what. He doesn't have time to go and be reading book, and that's what some of us need to be doing as researchers. Stop wasting your time. Why will I spend all my time trying to look for a concept that has been solved when I have a tool that can do it for me in few seconds, that can help me to think in few seconds? So it is not a demonstration of knowledge to say, oh, I want to read 10 books, I read 50 books. No. We have gone beyond that concept. We have gone beyond that mindset. We're talking about thinking smart, researching smart. Get the information you're looking for, make a decision based on what is being presented to you. Does this knowledge make sense? Does this option make sense? Then you decide, okay, fine, I'm going with this. But now imagine if you have to read all the books yourself. Search for this information yourself before you can get them. That will take you forever. So your learning partner, I'm hoping that I'm changing the narrative for you. That's why you can see the passion in my voice. I love what I do, and I do what I love. Let me use that word. So it's a passion. I'm not being forced. I've come to understand this tool. I've come to see how my life can be better with these tools. If you have gone through my articles, you will know they are not low qualities. And these days, when I started, I was like, Q1, which one is Q1? Which one is Q2? Can I ever get there? We were trained to publish in predatory journals. But today, let people be talking about, I will not publish there. In fact, if an article is not, a journal is not Q1, I will not submit. This was me 2 years ago that had no knowledge of how to even write introduction. In fact, I was poorly trained. I was trained to say, okay, if you are doing an article, writing an article, your references must not be more than 5. If they are more than 5, your work is non-novel. I never knew I was being taught rubbish. Rubbish. Until I traveled and I saw articles. Even you, when you see a good article well written, you know that this one, it was well written. You can, and that's why the AI is there to assist you. Remember the word assist. It's not taking over your life. It's not taking over your job. It wants to help your knowledge. It wants to make you better. It wants to do something, bring out something in you that even you don't know exists. With AI, you can learn Python, you can learn data science, you can learn machine learning. In fact, I can code. Like I told you, if I want to use a new software today and I don't know what to do, I'll just tell AI, this is what I want to achieve with this software. Show me how, and it will tell me how. And as I'm working, if I'm getting some issues, I will just screenshot that thing. Say, this is what I'm seeing. No, it's not correct to say, okay, I've seen your problem. Try this other method. What else am I looking for? An assistant, somebody that guides me, somebody that takes me to the promised land. not somebody that will dupe me along the line. Someone walked up to me once time like that in church and said, Dr. Ben, I want you to come and teach me data science or get me somebody I will pay. He's a rich guy. I looked at it, I said, sir, my time is very busy. Of course, I can take his money, but I don't have time for that. I know how many collaborations I have to meet up with every now and then. So I told him, look, what I would do, give me 3 hours maximum. I will teach you how to use AI for data science, such that you can do whatever you want to do. You don't need somebody to come and teach you. Even if you have problem, the AI will still look at your data for you and still tell you where the problem is. Except where, as I talk about conversation engineering, you can converse. At times I argue with my AI, and you will see it when we start the practicals. I don't do prompt engineering. I do what we call conversation engineering. We are talking together, we are communicating, we are conversing, we are discussing. He brings his opinion, I look at it, if it makes sense, I say, good job. Sometimes I say, no, I don't agree. This your concept is not correct. Like, it's not. Okay, if you are saying it's correct, provide articles to back it up. And sometimes, even when AI gives you link, don't just be so lazy to, I will click on that link and go and see what the article is all about. All I just need is the title and the abstract. Does it reflect what I'm looking for? If it does not, I drop it. It's not compulsory you take it in. And that's the mistake we make. We start as individuals. Stop looking for shortcuts. And I tell you that AI, to use AI is not for children. AI is for people that are serious in research. So if you're thinking, oh, AI is making people lazy, it means you don't know, you have not met AI. AI will even make you think deeper. AI will even give you more trouble compared to the simplicity you are looking for. So basically what we are saying that with AI, it puts the worst knowledge in your hands and speeds it up. And of course, curiosity meets possibility. So what's the verdict? I don't know. Do you think AI make researchers lazy? That's a question. Let's so based on my argument, we have been doing debates since morning. Have I been able to convince you or confuse you that AI does not make researchers lazy? So we can you can do a debate topic maybe in your school with your students in one of these days. Okay, let some people argue. Does AI make researchers lazy? Yes or no? But from what I've said so far, and from what I've been able to convince you so far, you can see on my left side, I talk about the risk, laziness in disguise. Fine. You know, somebody said laziness in disguise, but that's this guy. He's a lazy guy. So somebody that said laziness, that person has also been lazy before. So good enough. Let's AI do it. I will read it later. In fact, once you start seeing, I will read it later, that's a lazy person. Because a serious person does not wait for later. You engage. And you can become lazy when you do prompt engineering. Prompt engineering equals to laziness. You become like this dude that is dull here when you do prompt. Prompt engineering is dull. Apologies to my colleagues that do prompt engineering, but this is my own argument. You can't do prompt engineering and be smart. It's not possible because you are following a routine. Oh, and what do? You copy, you paste, and you publish. That's a lazy way of getting things done. There's no novelty. In fact, there's no way. I've seen articles that have been sent to me for reviewers, for review, because I review for top journals, and I will flag it. Once I see it, I'll say, this is AI generated. Because the author have not done due diligence. Some thoughts. You know, when it comes to article writing reflects your thoughts. Even if AI is assisting you, it can't take away your thoughts. The articles will flow along your thought pattern. There's something that drove you into that research. There's something that makes you want to do that research. There's a question you are trying to answer. So every phrase, every sentence of that article must marry or find themselves going towards that question. So at the end of the day, you are done. My result, does it really answer my question? Or is it showing me a new thing? But if you just come, AI does not have that information. AI is not the one thinking. You were the one that brought the problem. AI does not know what you saw that made you want to do a problem, a research. You were the one that said, just assist me. And the guy is assisting you. So whether he's giving the right thing or not, of course, the guy will give you something. You have paid for the money. You are using data. The guy must give you something. So that is what you have. So When AI makes you lazy, of course, people talk about over-reliance, shallow work, no originality. You can see them, no growth, at risk. You skip the struggle where real learning happens. But of course, you can still grow with AI. You can still develop originality with AI. You can still do deep work with AI. And you can still be over-reliant and there will not be issues. And I'm going to show you all of this. No, we are scientists. We don't talk. We prove whatever it is we are saying. And of course, this is where I am. Where I am. I'm at this part, the smart part. Curiosity plus effort plus AI equals to breakthroughs. I converse with my AI. In fact, you need to see my chat prompts. My chatting is conversation. We talk, we discuss. We are pals. We are bodies. We argue. If you have not gotten to the point where you argue with your AI, bros, you are not doing anything. You are just doing A for apple, B for ball. You argue with your AI. You converse. You make it your partner. Even when you are down in relationship, for those of you having relationship, you can even discuss, hey, I'm down. Show me a music that can help me. It will even give you some music that can even assist your, or okay, talk to me. Do some things for me. Okay, give me a point. Is that not what you're looking for in human? So the power, what is it called? Intelligence amplified. This is where artificial intelligence is. If you are this prompt of this red guy, you are artificial. There is no intelligence here. This guy here, this girl here, I don't know why this here. In fact, it will surprise you that ChatGPT generated this image for me. And how did I generate it? I told you what I want, what I'm looking at, and it gave me what is in my mind. Even better, if I'm to design this and pay a graphic designer, do you know how many months it will take? And it will not be as fine as this. I'm a graphic expert. I design, so I know what I'm talking about. To come up with a graphic loaded like this, with all these images, with all these pictures, with all these points, friends, a good graphic designer can do this in a day. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, you are still thinking. You are soaked into it. So this red, it's just artificial. If you want the AI, the intelligence, you have to come to this green side. Intelligence amplified. When AI empowers you, it saves time, not effort, because you will still do that effort. You must commit your effort. I don't know, remember when we used to talk about load, energy and power? We said power is the ability to do work, or the way that which work is done. You must spend effort, you must communicate, you must do something. Don't just sit there and just say type for me. That's prompting. If you are typing for me, it's prompting. You are just there, dulling yourself. But conversing, you are there, you are soaked into it. You are reading everything is given to you. Say, no, this is not correct. You go again to somewhere else and look for information. I say, okay, this is the material I want to use. Stick to this one. That's engaging. You go deeper. You spark originality. You begin to see possibilities that you overlooked sometimes before. And of course, your growth begins to increase. And when you increase, you stay ahead. I got into the competition of research in just 3 years. And I can tell you, last year was one of my best years. I had 168 citations. I attended an interview this year. We were 60 for the interview, international collaboration work with some partners. And I was the only one picked. In fact, while we were talking, one of the interviewers just went to my Google Scholar page and said, oh, I see that for 2020, before you were nowhere to be found. Your career took a boost in just last year. I said, yes. And they went through all I have written, I've done. They said, no, you are the kind of guy we're looking for. Let's work with you. So I would have been wasting away arguing my life about the AI is good, AI is not good. But I had to develop a better way to develop my own intelligence. The more your ability to use AI develops, the more your intelligence moves. Stop using it as just a typing thing. Engage. AI does not make researchers lazy. Bad habits do. That's the point. It is not AI that makes you lazy. It's your habit that makes you lazy. So don't blame AI for what you are, what an habit you have. If you use AI to think deeper, create better, and solve bigger problems, then AI makes you better. So it is not AI that makes researchers lazy. Researchers lazy is their habit. What habit do you have? Are you the type that don't like to read? You don't go through information. They give it to you, garbage in, garbage out. So my colleagues and friends, AI is a tool, not a substitute for your mind. Your mind has a role to play. Curiosity is, in fact, I tell my students, if you don't know how to imagine, you can't be a scientist. Scientists, we are crazy imaginators. That's our job. You must be able to imagine things. Our job is to bring that stupid idea into life. And of course, integrity becomes your foundation. The future belongs to researchers who think, question, and create. So my verdict here is that use AI wisely. Of course, when you do that, your potential is limitless. So this is the first part of the presentation. I hope it's been engaging. If you're seeking to reach out and maybe you have an idea you want to discuss, can I tell you one thing that happened during the week? I sent out an article. I was invited to submit a review article in one of these top journals, and there was an article I was doing on Pride of Barbados ash. One of my key research is on the agro-waste reinforcement for now. And unusual, one of the reviewers that reviewed the article for the journal had to message me privately. That was during the week, to say, I read your work. I want to collaborate. Now, it's not ethical because it's a blind review, So when a reviewer reads your work and have to message you and say, please come and work with me, I have resources. And I said, okay, what do you have? What tools do you have? Because it's not about just working with me. There must be something you are bringing to the table. But that tells you how better I have become over the years when it comes to using these tools. These graphics you see now, all these tools you see me discussing now, I created them this morning. Within 1 hour, it was. And what did I do? I wrote down my thoughts. What do I want to speak about? I still have my notes here. And I went to the AI, generate this for me, generate this for me, generate this for me. So it makes your life easier. Okay, my communication this morning, has it been AI communicating with you? That is me communicating with you. But what does AI do? It saves my time. Imagine me having to do a slide like this. It will take days. But I did this morning, and I still spoke my mind, and I still communicated. So AI has not made me lazy. AI has not taken away my dependency. It has only helped me to save time. It has only helped me to become better. If me and somebody come for a job now, in fact, I've gone to conference to present conferences, and I do win the best presenter. Why? My graphics. I use graphics for my presentations. PowerPoint presentation is not, in fact, this is not even PowerPoint. I've even left PowerPoint. This is Canva that I'm using to stream live. So we have left the aspect where you have to do power word. You know what we call power word? You put every word there. That is not power presentation. A presentation must carry graphics and 1 or 2 ideas. You are supposed to speak from your mind. You are supposed to speak to your slide, not speak from the slide, not read from the slide. And if you're struggling with that, AI can assist you. So if you're looking to reach out, I'm available. We can collaborate. We can discuss. But like I said, serious researchers only place. You must know you are doing a serious research. And because of experience that I have over the years, before I go into collaboration, we sign agreements. Because I've brought people who've done jobs, and at the end of the day, they will tell you it's my job, and somebody becomes greedy when it comes to money. For me, money is not the issue, but doing the job and being able. When you sell yourself, people will invite you, but most people, all they're after is just money. So please, I'm available. You can check more about me on all of these platforms. So thank you. So now let's double click and let's get into the practical part of the study. Before we get into the practical part of the study, permit me to stop sharing this guy. Permit me to also stop this recording. Okay. Yes. So, well, I think before I even stop, do you have any question? Okay, I'll stop the recording. If you have any question or any interaction, can we discuss in the next 5 minutes based on what has been said? Just raise your hand. I would unmute you. Then you can share your viewpoints or whatever is it that you want to engage on. So if you have something to say, just raise your hand. I would unmute you. Trying to see the chat box and see, okay, AI does not make a researcher lazy unless the researcher is used to copying and pasting. All right. Okay, so I think I'm not seeing any hand raised up, so we can proceed to the next part of this webinar, which is, okay, somebody's raising his hand. Eddie Icent, okay. Please, you have the floor. Can you unmute and speak? Mr. Eddie? Just unmute yourself. I've unmuted you. Okay. Maybe you don't know how to unmute. Just press the mic. Okay, good, good. Go ahead, please.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I've listened with rapt attention with respect to the use of AI to make research. My own question is, where does plagiarism come in? Since you have been using AI effectively, how do you navigate the issue of plagiarism? Thank you very much. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did hear you. Okay, the mistake I made, okay. I didn't recall this. Okay, I heard you.
Okay.
So when it comes to, hold on, please, let me just record this. Okay, so when it comes to what you're saying, when it comes to issue of plagiarism, can I even shock you more? When you use AI, your plagiarism will be as less as 1 or 2%. When you use conversation engineering prompt, not prompt engineering. In fact, your similarity index is often high when you use textbooks, because what we do most of the time basically is we try to pick those words from the textbooks. Sometimes, because as a researcher, there are different ways you feel when you are reading or you are doing research. Your mindset, sometimes you can lose your thoughts. So you are not able to process. There's something you want to say, but you just don't know how to say it. So that's the issue. So most of the times you find yourself copying, and we did that. It was not we that caused that. That was the initial rule, that okay, if you pick somebody's statement, just reference the person. There was nothing like paraphrasing. Nobody thought about paraphrasing then. All these things started from people. It was people that were changing the laws, that were changing the game along the line. Because we were allowed in those days, you can pick a sentence or a phrase from a particular journal or an article. At the end of that phrase, you will cite that article, that, okay, this phrase came from this particular, even when you use images. I can use an image from your pic from your work, and I'll put it there, and I'll say, okay, cited that I use it with permission based on this. So when you use AI well, you will not have plagiarism. In fact, you will have about 1 to 2. Why will it be 1 to 2? Because maybe your name is common, your address is common, the declaration statement is common. But for the work itself, if you use convert, we will do something similar very soon. Now you will see your plagiarism index will be low. So if your plagiarism is high, with AI, you have not used AI, you have used something else, because AI will be able to know the key phrase people uses and look for ways to help you remove them. You will just tell him, don't use this phrase, make it better. In fact, I will show you. It's not the discussion goes beyond we trying to just entertain. We will do practical now, and we'll build something from scratch. So with AI, my plagiarism index has never gone beyond 2. It has never gone beyond 2%. It has never. It's not even beyond 2%. So I hope that answers your question in that regards, Mr. Eddie, Dr. Eddie. But if there are still more, we can still discuss that. So I see Dr. Mao. Apologies, I don't know if you're a doctor or a mister, but whichever I call, apologize. I'm not disrespecting your title. I'm only following the name on the screen. All right, Mr. Romao, please go ahead, sir. I think you're unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Umar Ibrahim from Binyamin Osman Polytechnic at Jigawa State. My own question related to that AI. Can we use AI to make a literature review on our dissertation or any other work, academic work? That is my own question.
Very timely. Sorry, oh, I omitted myself. Very timely. The answer is yes. In fact, if I had known, if these days people do PhDs within 2 years and 1 year and they are done, and somebody say, "What are you doing?" Sometimes you need to stop arguing some things. With AI, I'm still going to show you the tools I use when it comes to citations. In fact, what I do with my AI, like I said, I converse, I control the conversation. I control what is being done. I don't allow it to hallucinate. AI can hallucinate, but when somebody is hallucinating, what do you do to the person? You spank him. There's a way you control somebody. If your car is trying to drive off the road, what do? You hold the steering and put the car on the road. That's the same thing. If the AI is drifting, you will find a way of spanking him or putting him back on the road. Why are you going somewhere? I didn't send you here, so please stay where I'm taking you to. So with AI, literature review becomes easy. In fact, I wrote a current article, my first systematic review, in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I got all the literatures, I analyzed them with AI, we discussed the articles together, we discussed the concept together. I look, okay, this idea, give me ideas. What researchers are looking for is ideas. Ideas. So instead of me to go and look for a prof to help me read my thing, I don't need a prof. My AI can do the same job. In fact, AI will even see what the prof is not seeing. So most of the times, even when reviewers return my work for corrections, I even still use AI to even answer the questions. My voice has gone low. Yes. You need to understand the smart use of this guy. Because it's your work. It's helping you to think faster. Sometimes you see the problem, but again, you might be in a bad state of mind. You might be in a work state of where your mind has been worked up. So you are not able to think well. But AI can help you understand, okay, what is this guy trying to say? What is he complaining about? AI will tell you what he's complaining about. I said, oh, okay, I see. So most of the times, when I see reviewers giving me like 15 comments, 20 comments, at first, my heart will do B. But after a while, I'll just go to AI. I say, okay, one by one, comment 1. What is this guy saying? It will tell me, okay, this is what he's arguing about. Okay, then is there a solution to his argument? It will say, yes, let's go online and look for it. So you bring the article for me or the argument for me, I will read it myself. If it makes sense to you, it can make sense to anybody. So if what AI is generating does not make sense to you, how then do you expect it to make sense to somebody else? So for literature review, your AI, in fact, if you are still doing literature review, you are reading and you're writing, you are wasting your time. I'm saying it passionately. I know one of the speakers said it last week. They still do. If you are doing that, you are wasting your time. They are tools, and I will show you some of those tools now that you will use to actually address those areas. Literature review, AI, 50 articles, 100. In fact, I review like 100 articles now. Okay, thank you. I remember Dr. Johnson even showed us how you can use Notebook LM to compress all of those things into a table that will show you the article, what have they found out, what's the missing gap, and from there you can do your discussion. So I think that answered the question. And lastly, Dr. Philip, if I'm right, okay, sorry, disabled you again. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Philip, please unmute yourself and you have the floor. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Ben. My question is centered on this plagiarism using of AI. For example, now, if I'm a Google scholar, I pick up a word or a statement from an author and I copy it and I put in an MS Word. Then after that, I put them inside ChatGPT. I say, okay, let me rephrase and retouch it so that to avoid plagiarism. And after that, I copy it and post it in my work. Will it be flagged during? Will it be plagiarized? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Well, it might not be plagiarized. One of the things you need to understand about these things are what leads to plagiarism. That's the first thing we need to understand. If you don't understand where plagiarism comes from, you will not know if you are doing the right thing or not. Because basically, for plagiarism, there are some words that people have used and used and used over again. And that's why if you look at your Turnitin plagiarism stuff very well, you will find that sometimes it is trained to catch the first 4 words. If the first 4 words are looking alike in another article, then of course that's where it flags that. That's why some of us have also argued that part. And that's why most journals also argue that, because when a journal editor looks at runs your work through plagiarism, it looks at what is actually flagged. If in a paragraph, the whole paragraph is red, of course, that is heavy plagiarism. But if in a paragraph, it flags a commonly used words. There are some words that are used in your field. For example, if I'm in radionuclide, there is no way you expect me to write and not use the word radionuclide. So if I'm using some words that are common, so what AI would do, so even when you're asking AI to, don't just say paraphrase, you have to ask it to use distinct words. Sometimes you have to use big grammars. Because you can even paraphrase, and somebody else, it will still, because you are not the first to write. And the Turnitin has access to virtually a large database. And of course, everybody has their way of writing. So there is no way it will not get flagged. Sometimes even off D gets flagged as for plagiarism. So you need to actually ask the AI to help you do something by using distinct words that are not common. Because if the words are too common, they will be flagged. So that's why you find that even when you have corrected, you check your Turnitin again, it's still flagging another one. Even the one you paraphrased will still be flagged because somebody else has used it as an opening statement somewhere or as part of his own sentences. So that's why when you were doing it, the best thing you do when you use AI to write is the fact that you are helping. And again, this idea of extracting a phrase from the literature is where the problem is. You are not supposed to extract the phrase. You are supposed to interpret the whole result, to interpret your research. And sometimes it's not even compulsory. I've learned over the years that the way we write is the problem. Because if I'm trying to even coach somebody, I can say, okay, 20% of Africans are malnourished. Then that is a statement of fact. So I will look at research that have said something about malnourishment. I will look at research that has quoted something about maybe 15% or 10%. So I will run an estimate. But if you go back and use a 15%, according to Otunde Eto, 15% of the, that was old way of writing. The fact that you even use according to Otunde Eto, you will still get flagged. Because initially, by using according to Otunde Eto, you were not supposed to be flagged. But the rule has changed. You must not repeat what Tunde Eto has said. Number 2, you can change the arrangement. If 15% was in the front in Tunde Eto work, take that 15% to the back. That way, it doesn't see any continuity. So those are the systems, but when you work with AI, you will not have much of those because you will not be picking those words. AI will do a good summary for you of that article. And that summary, you will be surprised, will match exactly what you are thinking. And that way, you find yourself free from the issue of plagiarism. Again, I would demonstrate some of them. Okay, by 12:30, we will stop. Mr. Olufemi Adesina, if I'm right, please quickly.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for enlightening us on the usage of AI. And I agree with 200% that conversation engineering is the best. But the point is that, yes, I agree. When we do plagiarism tests, even using AI, the similarity index might be low, but like Turnitin now, it will indicate the AI usage. I want to ask, what is the percentage of AI usage that is allowed?
All right, thank you, sir, for that question. In fact, that is why currently, even in my institution, what we are doing right now is what we call, we are trying to engage stakeholders because institutions need to have their own policies in terms of AI use. And most institutions don't have those policies. So, and like I was arguing at the academic board, you can't AI use if you don't have a policy of how many percentage you want. And of course, that's why even journals these days have ditched that policy. And let me tell you why. An AI generates something for me, and I accept it. Remember, part of the rules is that AI is not an author. It works for me. It's my servant. I control it, and I own whatever it generates. Now, somebody now comes and said, okay, this thing it has generated for you is not correct or is generated by AI. It's not your business. So most of the journals have what we call generative. Just declare how did you use it. Because again, here's the trick. The AI generates something. Another AI will come and flag what your AI generates and says is AI generated. Can I shock you? Even the American independence, there's this slogan they have. When it was run through AI, it was written and AI generated. So, which means even that software also have issues. Now, the tricky part is now a software generates something for me. You say it is AI. You will now ask me to pay another AI to humanize. Does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. It's just marketing stuff. Somebody created a device to make money from you because I've paid ChatGPT to help me with my generation. Another guy is wanting me to come and pay him to humanize. Humanize what? What are you humanizing? So it's a marketing concept. But clearly, like I said, there's a way you use AI. If I see some content, if I see things that don't make sense, I know it's AI generated because AI does not make sense. What makes it make sense is your involvement. If you are actively involved in what he's doing, then it makes sense. But without you, it does not make sense. So I hope you get the drift. So the issue, that's where the challenge is. That's why sometimes some of us, a lot of journals are doing away. They only check for similarity index more. The AI generation aspect is debatable. It's strongly debatable because the AI that is asking me to humanize, to use, then something is wrong. Why is he not flagging the AI that humanized? Why is it the other AI generator is flagging? So it's a marketing, all these guys look for ways to make money. In fact, even now, you have people that there's a tool that can even help you bring back your old pictures and they will tell you to subscribe. That's where they make their own money from. So somebody just look at, okay, let me just look for a way to create problem and say the AI generated and let me flag it. Then if you want me to unflag it, pay me. You pay me, I unflag it. The same AI that told you that what you have was AI generated is not telling you that what you have. In fact, it will not even remove everything, just reduce the percentage for you. So when you pay, you just reduce the percentage. That's what you do for you, does for you. So it's not really taking care of the problem. And that's why the only thing you have to take more seriously is the similarity index. But again, it's debatable. Of course, some journals have some strong policies on that, but of course, by the time you go to all the journals, some will just look at it as they will just look at. In fact, currently we have a seminar, a workshop on that. DORA is what most European universities are actually key into. They are not concerned about where you publish from. They are concerned about the quality and the content of your manuscript. Because they found out that sometimes you find some manuscript in some good journals that does not make any that does not make any sense. They don't make any sense. So, and somebody published in a bad journal, you call it a bad journal, predatory, but the quality of the article there makes sense. So the DORA is now trying to do away with a citation index and all of those kind of parameters and trying to focus more on the quality of what you do. If the quality of your work makes sense, even AI will flag it. Of course, some of us are beginning to learn how AI flags. And that's why when you know it, don't use long sentences. You will see it when we are doing work now. As human beings, when we speak, we break, we swallow speech. So that speech you swallow can be a comma or a full stop. So if you don't put those full stop, if you have long sentences, like 3 paragraphs, 3 lines, and they are one sentence, the AI will flag it. It will flag it. He knows it's AI because AI does not take a space, so it does not. So, but you can tell your AI, make it short sentences. I don't want long sentences. So you yourself know what is being flagged. So by the time you bring the short sentences, it will flag some. Of course, it's his job because he must pay somebody must benefit from it. But again, if AI can make mistake in generating, why can't AI make mistake in flagging wrong plagiarism? It's a question we can answer later. All right, thank you so much. So let's quickly go to the practical part of the work so that we can proceed to the last part. I know some of you are saying your record. Okay, don't worry, the recordings will be available. And we have promised to make that available to everyone. So permit me to go again to share my slide, or sorry, my screen. this time around, I'll be sharing my screen where we'll be working from. So welcome to this guy. I love this guy so much. I remember people have argued, oh, ChatGPT is this. Well, one thing about AI is you have to look for what works for you. You can't know all the AI. There should be one that makes sense to you. If you can learn one very well, learn it. Then later you can begin to, go to the other parts. But pick one and learn it. And that's what I did with this guy. I've been with this guy for almost 2 years now. So I'm also, it's getting better. I'm also getting better. So we are not strangers to ourselves. And this is the popular ChatGPT. Even when people can say DeepSeek, Grok, thank God for those that are grokking. Thank God for those that are doing DeepSeek. I don't argue with anybody. That's why human beings, our needs are insatiable. Somebody is driving Honda. Somebody likes Toyota. Somebody likes Mazda. Whatever you like, use or drive is what your money can buy. So if you want to do DeepSeek, sit with DeepSeek, find out how to use it. But for me, I have not seen any tool that beats this guy in terms of reasoning. It has its own flaws. We quarrel a lot. But it's better. They say the devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. So I liked my devil ChatGPT, and we have been friends for a long time. So I'm going to show you how I use ChatGPT to do research. And today I'm going to be using one of my student projects. And that's why for me, one of the things I do when my students work for me, I try to get involved in the experimentation. I'm not really keen about what they are writing, because there is no reason why you will give a student a research project and you cannot publish that work. It's a waste of your time. It's a slap on your face. Whatever work you have given a student to do, the goal must be to share that knowledge. The goal must be to publish that knowledge. So that is why for me, I take the experimental part of the work very seriously and make sure I'm always involved. I said earlier, you have 15 students to supervise. At best, give them 8 topics if money is an issue, but not now put the whole 15 on that one topic. That's not how to use them. That's not how to use students. And of course, be involved in the experimentation, because that is where you will defend. Forget about the write-ups. That's not your concern. I don't expect you as a lecturer, as a researcher on this platform, to be using your student write-up as a project, as project write-up, as something you want to submit for journal. No, don't pick their words. Just pick the result. You should be able, in fact, that's what I do. I don't look at what everything. I just pick the results, and that's why I'm part of the results. And I'm part of everything to control that. And I say, okay, the results are in my custody. You're writing, write what you want to write. I will guide you. If you like, take it. If I don't take it. But for my own work, I start my argument afresh. And with AI, it has become very easy for me. So before we delve into it, you have this left part of your screen where the mouse is moving. You have the new chart, the search charts, the images, the libraries, the apps, of course, deep research. But I've not known much about this deep research. I've tried it, but I've not seen any good results for me. Sometimes it even over deep itself and gives me errors. So I prefer it as a simple person. My life is simple, so sometimes I like simple things. Then here you have access to what we call GPTs. Now, these GPTs allows you to see different tools. That is where you see AI in AI. Every AI you see stems from ChatGPT. So that is why because ChatGPT owns the platform that runs all of this code. So that's why they always try to link. And of course, it's an open source. That's why some people can pick it and develop. So all these other GPT tools that you can do. So like I said, there's Canva. I can design with this. If you want to even do writing, these writing tools, you have an AI humanizer here. For those that like to humanize, you have the song maker, you have the unbound limitless. In fact, there's grammar check. If you don't have Grammarly, it can help you check for your check mistakes, but I think it has its own issues. Maybe you have to pay, or you have some versions you can do for. Then there's one I wanted to show you. Okay, there's productivity. You can use this for your presentation. If you want to do a presentation slide, if you want to do a video, there are different ones there. Research analysis, if you want to analyze your research, there's SciSpace. Most of you know about SciSpace. But of course, I'm going to show you something better than SciSpace. I've used SciSpace. The first time SciSpace came out, we were the ones using it. So it was lovely. It makes research. The other colleague that was talking about literary review, in fact, leave it for SciSpace. It will review all your article for you within within a second. But again, the issue is you have to pay. So, and I observed that most of the literature citations it gives are old citations. It doesn't really give you new ones. Even when you pay, you don't really get the new ones as such. So it also has its own limit. That's why every AI has their limitation. So don't trust all people that says AI is not it's limited, but it's now the who will now help the limitation is now you. You are now the person that will help the limitation of the AI by how you use it. So you have the education tool as well. In fact, for me, for those of us that want work with SEM, there's you can even search. There's even consensus. I'm saying consensus out there too. Some of you like consensus. You can also use it from here. From here, you can use it from here. You don't have to go to that place. You can see it. I click on it. You can use it from here. You can converse with it the same way you converse with AI. Of course, you can start your chat. And when you do, you can see this left part. It opens that discussion here. So all these GPTs are some of the GPTs I've used, maybe when I was trying to check one or two things. So you can use this to search for literatures. We'll come back to it later. Even if you're doing data analysis, you can say data analysis tools. You'll be surprised that even Excel can even pop up. It will show you what to do with each of them. So apologies, network is beyond my control. So you can see for data analysis, you have these AIs that you can use. There's even Excel GPT. There is AI trading indicator. All of these are possible things. So if there's the one you're looking for, you can type the name as well and still see more about it. In fact, for me, I was so shocked because I always use same images. So you can just type keywords. Sometimes you don't have to be correct. And that's the beautiful thing about AI. Stop complaining about your grammar. Even if you make mistake in your typing, AI knows what you want to say. It would forgive you and, of course, help you to say the right thing. So this is not listening what I'm looking for. So SEM analyzer. Okay, I will just say first SEM image analyzer. A tool, so just tell it what's in your mind. That's me now typing my mind to the AI, and its job is simple to look for. It doesn't find any result, but I know I have a first SEM tool because that first SEM tool that I use for my SEM image. I got it from here. And there was a keyword I typed. Okay, that's it. This is it here. So you can see I like this guy. If I have a SEM image and I want to, because what we do when you want to interpret SEM image, we go, and that's where the issue of plagiarism comes. You want to interpret SEM image, you will go and download articles that have studied something similar and see what they wrote. You will now write the same thing because you expect that you are working on the same particle or the same image. So you expect that your results are the same. So when you read that person's own, you now use it to interpret your own. They will catch you. Plagiarism. But what else were they expecting you to do? So, but this is an AI that will look at that image and tell you if the surface is rough, if the surface is smooth, what kind of smoothness? Is it irregular? Is it regular? Is it homogeneous? So it goes deeper. It has what we call it has a model. People that do AI and natural language models, there's this model that you will use that will zoom in on the image and it will be able to analyze critically the visuals of that image and give you what even you cannot see with yourself. So we have all these different tools. Then if you are using a free version, you might not see this guy here. This guy is the projects folder. It allows you to control all of your projects. So for me, I like to organize my work. So I put my works in folders so that I can be able to continue the conversation later. Then general, if you are using the free one, this is what you will see most. You will see all of these, everything will just be like this, not well organized, Even my family, my child, my son is even using it more better than myself, though that boy must not beat me. And so you see me trying to make sure I get better. because I've told my children they have to beat they have to beat me, but they have to work hard on that. And last week, I think our presenter talked about this button where you have the different accounts that you can use. For now, me, I pay 31,000 or thereabout every month. So I'm on a plus account. I think there's also the business account, but I don't know. I've not used this before. I don't know what it does, but I think I'm okay with this guy. So as a researcher, you must spend money. There's one for 7,000 plus. You can do that. You see that as well. I don't need up to this. I'm not selling AI. So this one is okay for my budget. I'm a lecturer. How much is government paying us? Even the wage award they have not given us. So at least, so if you are here and you don't have money to invest, I don't know what I can tell you. You must invest in tools. Invest in tools. What I discovered is what those white men were doing all this while I thought they were magicians were tools. They use tools. They have access to tools. Jenny AI, even before AI came, this ChatGPT came, there was this one that can do paraphrasing. So they were using those tools. Those who after using tools, they now come and flag your own, that your own is paraphrased. When they also got assistance in doing their own, so a lot of tools there. So you invest in tools, invest in internet. And of course, I also advise as a researcher, look for money and install solar panels. All right, so that's that. So let's start. I'm going to start with a new project. This is a new project. Let's call this project tutorials. So like I said, I like organizing myself. Tutorials on AI. Okay, let me say tutorials webinar because I might do more webinar tutorials. Okay, so you create your project folder. Now it starts a new conversation. Now that's the beauty with this. It has everything I will be doing now. All the chats will be stored in this webinar tutorial. So that way, if I'm trying to look for anything, I can just click more here and search for. These are folders that I have of different jobs I've done. So I can say, okay, go back and see what I have done with them. It will even interest you to know that most of even this is my directorate as a research directorate, you can see the level of up to memos. I will type the memo, say look at it very well and make it better, see, or I have a report to write. Of course, he did not attend the conference with me, so it's made I will still write something. But I want it to be better and professional because whatever you give out there is a representation. So you want the secretary that makes sure you are well represented, and that's the AI. So I'll tell it, refine this, you can see all of these charts. Everything are directly in this R&D directory. So let's go back to the one we're doing. Now for the webinar tutorial, I was brainstorming what I was going to use. I have one student article I've not started working on. But the article, the research, I don't know if you can see. Okay, you can see my slide there. Now, the research was actually done to, it was a research I did in conjunction with a colleague. We're looking at looking for heavy metals in some of these plants people eat. People grow plants in areas where there is dustbin, where there is waste, people throw, and I don't know, vegetables grown in that area seems to do better than when you grow them in areas that don't have dustbin. And you are wondering what exactly is the rationale behind all of this. And at the end of the day, my students were able to do one or two things. We went there, took samples of these items, and they were able to look at them, but we were not sure if they have not developed the results so far. So I'm going to start with that. So it's a fresh start. I'm not giving you, so I also don't know what I want to do, but so let's start. That's why I say it's conversation. So follow me. I want to write an article for a Q1 journal for a research I conducted to assess heavy metals. in edible plants. You can explain further. Somebody can say, oh, this is long. Sit down there. That is why I call it conversation engineering. We are having conversation. I have not started with the work yet. I want you to understand what I want to do. Then we can deliberate together. It will give me an idea. It will even tell me where to go for my search. Don't use AI, ChatGPT for your referencing. It can do that for you, but I will show you another tool when it comes to citations that you want to use. So there's another tool that you can do for that. Don't really use this particular guy to give you reference. It can do, but again, it has its own flaws. I think sometimes it's also in a good mood, sometimes in a bad mood. In the afternoon like this, it's in a bad mood. So sometimes it gives you some wrong citation. But in the morning, I think in the morning, I think it's sometimes his head is correct in the morning. So maybe the guy is also tired now. Everybody has been beeping it for a long time. So well, that's just on the night time. So let's get back. Let me make the screen bigger so that you can see. I don't know. Okay, fine. I think it's bigger now, so you can see my prompt. Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to write an article for a Q1 journal for a research. Forget about, of course, I have a Grammarly that flags all of this. But like I said, you don't need to bother yourself about your grammar, if it's correct or not. He knows what he's doing. So to heavy metals in plants, in edible plants, for this study, I looked at vegetable and ewedu plant. Somebody is saying, why are you using? Look for the name. Well, it's a guy who know what he's doing. That's his job, to go and look for what ewedu means. The research interests. So I'm telling it now what made me do the research. Why did I go into that research? The research interest stemmed from the fact that I saw that most farmers grow vegetables by the dustbin, and these vegetables do well and are largely consumed by the society. My worry is that what happens to the heavy metals from the dump site? Are they not entering the leaves? And if they do they not, which parts of the plant? Which parts of the plant are they concentrating on, or are they concentrated? Is it the root, the stem, or the leaf? So now I want to give an option. I've explained what I'm trying to do. So I'll just say, let me have your input. You can do it the way you want, say whatever you want, but of course, that is why it's conversation. It's me discussing with the guy. We are here brainstorming. Nobody knows it all. So I have a research I've done. I don't know what to do with the data I have. So I want to start something, and I've made my target that I want a Q1 journal. And I also think that should be your target. You can do it. This guy is there to assist you. So again, it needs to be able to, of course, there are several Q1 journals. So if one rejects you, another one will accept you. So don't, sometimes, as good as some of us think we are, we still get rejections. I still got 2 rejections this week, but I'm already working on the article, submitting somewhere else again, So don't get, but again, you must know that you are doing something worthwhile. And that's why experimental research, you should not have problem publishing experimental research if you argue well. So AI will help you to understand the concept of your argument and tell you what you can do. So now he said this is a strong, relevant, and Q1 worthy research idea. What you have observed is exactly how many impactful environmental. So that means if I'm publishing this work, it has to be an environmental-based journal, journal that monitors the environment. All right, so it's going to refine the thinking. My idea is important. Your concern links directly to 3 major research domains: environmental toxicology, food safety, and public health. Of course, public health is not my concern. I think food safety also, environmental toxicology, those 2 are still okay, but let's continue. So what I want to argue basically is to see how does the dump site, the metal, because dump site contains waste people throw there, and sometimes they can be electronic waste. So which means it's possible for when they degrade, metals can actually seep into the soil. So, and that's why you find that in dump site, the soils are always black. And unfortunately, these people say there's the black soil they need for this vegetable. So you see, you need to also understand the problem. And when you understand the problem, that's how you make sure the AI also understand what you understand. But if you don't understand the problem of the research, then how then do you convince the AI to give you the right information? And that's what many people feel. So the first thing is not to just dump into and say start generating. No, you discuss, you engage. And that's what I'm doing right now. We are engaging, we are conversing. This is what I've observed. This is what I want to do. How can you assist? What is your own decision? What's your own communication? What's your own idea about this thing? And it's telling me that my idea makes sense. And of course, it's trying to tell me areas by which I can focus on the idea. Look at it also. Last time we talked about research novelty. It has even given me the novelty of my research already. So if your supervisor is still bugging you, what is research novelty? What is making your own difference? AI will help you identify it. I not ask it for research novelty, but it knows that if you are publishing in a journal, novelty must be emphasized. So it's actually gone ahead to help me map out my novelty. I can argue with it, I can accept it, or I can disagree because I'm the one of the research, it's not the one. So sometimes the idea it gives me, I have a choice to use it or not to use it. So don't blindly use whatever it gives to you. But of course, it helps me to see a larger perspective of what I was not seeing before. Your key novelty is what? Urban waste-driven agriculture, edible plant contamination, and then, of course, human risks. So from here, I can form a research question from this one I've highlighted. So when I have my research question, I can be able to now start my writing to say, okay, what am I actually addressing? What's the problem? Then what makes my, because again, somebody will say, your problem, if it's vegetable, in people have done that now, what's special? But of course, people that did that is not doing in my area. They've done it in their own place. But again, journals these days are beginning to become smart. They will not accept, oh, somebody has done it before. Most journals are no longer accepting location-based novelty that it has been done in Ibadan. It was not done in Osun. Most journals are not accepting that anymore. So what do? AI can help me find another way I can look for novelty. I can model. I can run a model analysis. I can run Montero, some other softwares. But we'll see as we continue the line. But again, why I'm arguing this is because I've known that most journals will, of course, some journals will still accept, but they are lower journals. A Q1 journal, except you are invited to submit. Even when you're invited, some of them can see, maybe they don't have customers that they can manage your article. They will tell you this one is case study based. We want something that affects the whole globe, not something that's limited. But of course, unfortunately, I've seen articles where China I think China have taken over the publication empire. Let me just use that word, because most of the editors are Chinese. So they will throw your work away. And you will see their own silly, let me not use silly word because we are online, and this thing is being streamed. So you'll find that most of their own works that don't even as good novelty as yours are being allowed to be published. And I think the publishers need to begin to look at this thing seriously. A part of a region of the continent cannot hijack a publishing firm and begin to control people. It's wrong. It's wrong because I've seen where the same journal that rejects your own on the basis of case study based, that is study based, then they accept theirs. The same journal, and unfortunately, the editor's verdict is final. Even when you try to appeal, you can decide to ignore your message. So these are issues anyway, but of course, let's not waste our time about that. There will always be issues when it comes to research, because when humans are involved, you know there will be issues. Human beings, we are just a bunch of issues. That's how we are created. So, so it has suggested a novelty for me. I've noted it. I can look at it if it's match what I'm thinking about, but right now it's not yet there. Strengthen your core research questions, fine. Do vegetables grow near dump sites? Do vegetable grow near dump site accumulate heavy metals? Okay, this one makes sense for me. This is a good question I can look at because it matches what I'm trying to say before. So again, like I said, you yourself must have something you are thinking about. So that way, when the guy is generating or is asking, is giving you some ideas, you can begin to ask yourself, okay, does it match what is in my mind? Which metals are present, which is good. Of course, this is great. It's also matching my. So I can say that it's even giving me good research objectives because your research questions are tied to your objectives. So clearly, the first one makes sense because what I want to find out. I want to find out: do vegetables actually grown? Do vegetables grown near dump sites? Do they accumulate heavy metals? It's a yes or no question. If it's yes, which metals are present? Can you see the logic of the response now? I've not even told you that I haven't done the research, but this is exactly what I want to do. That's the logic of saying it. It's been able to amplify. Now it understands what I'm trying to say. So the first thing you do with GPT is not to just start writing. No, discuss. Have a conversation. Let it be part of your research. Making your, not your supervisor now, but your assistant that you can discuss with. After you can even take over the supervision role and tell you which thing you should look at. Number 3, how are metals distributed within plant tissues? Well, this is not I'm not concerned about the metal distribution, but of course, if I'm going to argue about the amount of metals found in those different tissues, then I would also have to argue about the distribution. But my objective is not really about, I'm concerned about the quantity. So number 3 does not agree with what I want. You are not, I'm the researcher now, remember, you are not the, so somebody can be saying that, say, no, I like that. Well, that's if you like it. But for me, I feel my number 3, I'm okay with number 1 and number 2, but I feel my number 3 should be quantity of the metals present in the plant tissues. So I will still copy all of this and we'll still talk to it again. So number 4, do concentrations excessively mean? So number 4 is okay. I will have to compare that with global standards. Then what is the human health risk for consumption? The human health risk for consumption, well, I think it can be arranged again, but I think it's okay also because the human health risk tells you if it's actually dangerous or not, and if they continue to consume this, then of course from here I'm already seeing under research I can do predictive modeling to say, okay, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, what will happen if they continue to consume? But of course I need to have a baseline data, so definitely my study provides a baseline data for me. So if I'm going to publish in a Q1 journal, I look at these 2 parameters to say, okay, a baseline data is needed for future research to argue in this direction, to give me what will happen 5 years. Of course, there might be no immediate issues because nobody is testing for the lungs, nobody is testing for the kidneys, nobody is testing anything. But is this metal level going to be high? Then, of course, you have to take some baseline data to say, okay, when this metal is accumulated, how much does really get into the stomach? Does it cause for concern or not? Because again, the way we cook vegetables here, we still have to slice them, boil them, parboil them. So does that really take care of the heavy metal? So a lot of questions that comes to mind, but somebody can't just jump into a question without data. So what I'm doing basically is to have data from the field that helps me to look at possible questions. So it's talking about key concept. Sometimes, okay, the translocation factor I think is very important for me. Bioaccumulation, I'm not going to look into that, but some Q1 journals, because the Q1, nothing stops me. I don't know if you're interested that I'm not a chemist though. So you don't have to be a special how do I put it, an expert in a field before you can dive into other fields. No, with this guy, forget, you can even do mathematics, you can even do computing, you can do any field. So I'm saying by information factor, fine. I know for you to have mentioned it is important. I don't know what the formula is, but I'm going to ask it. I like that. By information factor, translocation factor, because I know these things would come with equations. So which means I must know, okay, translocation is about movement from the root to the shoot to the leaf, which is great. So I want to also look at the movement pattern. There's no way I will not publish this work in the Q1, because by the time I'm done arguing, you know, even this alone, and I will do this in such a way that I'm able to look at some models. It can even assist me, and it's the one that will assist me. It's not me. It's me and him that will do that. Me and this guy will do that, but one after the other. And that's one thing you must know about using tools. One per time. Don't just jump everything. Don't model them up. That's why I tell you that to use research, AI is not for lazy people. AI does not make you lazy. Look at it now. I've typed one thing. I'm going through it. A lazy person will just leave it and copy and paste. No, that's not how to use AI. You interact with what it has written. Does it make sense? How does it make sense? Does it address what's in your passion, what's in your mind? If it's not addressing your mind, it has, but of course, it will try its best. If you'll be able to tell it what's in your mind, it will tell you something. At least some of them make sense. We have agreed here now. I said that for number 3, I don't want number 3. I'm going to rephrase it. So I've disagreed with it on something. Then of course, it's also giving me some suggestions that make sense. That like, oh, I didn't look at this before. It's a possible option. Because if I want to discuss about which part holds the root, because any metals, no plants, they move. The root will be the one to absorb the nutrient. It will pass it to the shoot or the stem, and the stem will pass it to the leaf. That's the process. So definitely, the question now is, how does it move? Is more moving from the root, or is this leaf also picking its own from the surface or elsewhere? You know, but I need to explain this process. This process can help me to understand the result I'm getting, so that to say, okay, this result you are getting makes sense or does not make sense. So now it said this directly answers your question: where do metals concentrate? Is it more in the root? Is it more in the shoot? Is it more in the leaf? Theoretically, because this guy is the one sending to this, I'm expecting that more of the metals will be found in the root. That's my expectation. Because if I look at this movement, metals is moving from the root to the shoot and it stops at the leaf, then I should expect more concentration here. But again, you and I know that we don't actually eat the roots of vegetables. We eat more of the shoot and the leaf. Because sometimes it's agreeable, but because somebody like, but for Ewedu, sometimes Ewedu is more on the leaf. So if I'm now seeing more concentration here, so I know what I'm expecting. So if my result is now going otherwise, I know, okay, there's something wrong or something fishy somewhere. So if you don't even know what you are doing, then of course, even when you get the wrong result, how then do you know that what you have is not correct? So I'm going to look at transcription factor. And the beautiful thing it has done also, you can see, it's able to help me see. It has even brought in graphical insights. I did not ask it for all of this, but it wants to help me. It's my helper. It wants to help me understand what I'm doing. So just by, I have an idea, but see how far it has gone. It has even gone ahead to show me the different parts. Let's click on this and see what we have. It's taking time. Okay, yeah. So it has even gone ahead to show me the different parts. You can see this is the way the thing moves. Of course, I can use this in my research. Somebody say, "Would they not flag it?" They won't flag this one because it looks more like an icon. This is something I can use this in my publication. This shows actually the process. You can see all these dots represents the heavy metals, these red things, and of course it tells you the process, the movement, and how they stay here. So, and that fits my argument, because this is the soil where the heavy metals are present. The root should have more of the concentration. Then how many of this concentration goes to the leaf? How many goes to the stem? So you can see them. It's even bringing out these images for me to show me the different directions. And of course, also, that shows you that somebody has done this research. So it might actually have extracted this image from an existing research. So which is good. But again, it's giving you good thing, because when you want to discuss your results, you have to discuss based on what have others done. That's why have others done, and does their result agree with yours? If somebody in Ibadan said, okay, his own plants actually add more with the nuclear, more heavy metals, and yours too, you can say, okay, study A and mine agree together. You don't have to quote what the person, anybody that wants to go and look for what study A has, but at least study A is giving you a backing that what you got is fine. Or if it's now different, oh, study B differs from my results, at what percentage and why? Those are the two questions. So it's normal for two results not to be in agreement, but you will tell us what is the level of disparity and what is the reason for the disparity. So you have all of this. This one demonstrates how the metal. So I've seen here iron. So I don't know what metals I want to test, but now I know, okay, whatever I'm testing, iron must be there, copper must be there, zinc must be there, cadmium must be there, lead must be there, copper must be there, nickel must be there. Okay, fine. Then I want to go back and check, does these metals, 7 of them here, do they have, okay, I'm even saying it here, do they have any impact on human health? Because remember, the goal is effect on the human health. What studies, how have studies been able to show, does iron affect human beings? Does copper affect human beings? Does their consumption affect us? Because the pot we used to cook in our house, I don't know about you, today is Saturday. Some of you are in the party. Some people are not able to join us today because they are expecting jollof rice. The pot they used to cook that jollof rice, the Nigerian jollof, aluminum pot, you know that the burnt part is always sweeter. Why is it sweeter? Somebody can say it's a lie, it's not the ingredient, it's the pot. So you are eating metals. So, but as aluminum metal, has it affected you in one way or the other? It makes, in fact, it adds to the taste. But again, these are research questions. So you want to find out, does zinc affect you? Of course, there are studies separately. So if I'm going to discuss all of this thing now, part of what I will be doing is I'll be looking for literature on iron. I'll look for literature on copper. I'll look for literature on zinc, literature on cadmium, on lead, on nickel, and see how do they affect human beings. What is the implication when you have too much of them? What is the expected? There was a place we talked about comparing it to World Health value. What is the standard health, what the WHO parameter value? How much iron must I have in my body? How much zinc must my body consume? How much copper must there be in my body? So I will look for those values. You are building your argument already. AI, but at least these are the things I'll be telling AI to look for me. So the World Health WHO standard, I'm also writing, as I'm talking to you, I'm writing WHO standard for these ions in the body. So you can see I've not even gone through, it's just one prompt or one conversation. See how much information I'm getting. So I'm engaging, I'm going through it. It's making sense, it's not making sense. So it's not just a lazy man way of just typing and just copy and paste. And imagine me now typing that and copy and pasting everything here, boom, I say I've done research. That's not research. That was not the way we do research. The only thing AI came to do differently was to bring us information very fast. It has not come to take away the research goal, the way we do research. The way you do research is you must study, you must go through those information and look for what makes sense to you. But the problem we had with the library and the search engine was it returns too many results and you don't have time. So I want something that focuses strictly on what I'm looking for. So, and that's what this guy has done so far. So far, discussion has been based on my plants, based on my ions, based on everything that I need. So I am able to now think deeper, think better, and see how well I can actually, of course, this is someone from another study of what somebody did. This is another one from studies. Of course, these are from different studies that he was able to get. You can see this also give me good explanation. Prevent soil erosion that's the root. It also isovitration. Well, I think these are for biology people, but again, I will still argue it in my discussion. These are mycorrhiza. I think mycorrhiza are supposed to be organisms that are present there, and of course, there's an uptake. Of course, it takes in lead. So this is an article that I know it generated this from, so I think it's here. Okay, this is the article. This is the article link here from NPDI, reducing heavy metal concentration in soil and water using phytoremediation. Now, even for the title of the article alone, I know it makes sense. So I can click on it. Let me say open link in new tab. If it does that, so it's doing that for me. So this is the article. That article now. So that's the article. So I can download this PDF straight off and keep it in my what I will use later when I start discussing, because this article makes sense. It looks like one of the things I will need for my work. So even from the topic, from the title, you will know. So ChatGPT has given me one reference to my article that makes sense. How do I know? Because the title reflects it. So, and you can see, but don't copy source from here. Don't, if you, that's why another thing you must learn how to use reference manager. All this one I've copied now, I'm going to put it in my reference. Don't copy link from here and paste. See this last part here, source, ChatGPT. So I was not there when you use ChatGPT for your research, but if you now put this in your reference, I will know that it's ChatGPT. So it's not as if I'm special or I was able to get the no, but you gave me the clue. You used your URL contained ChatGPT source. So that shows that you use ChatGPT for your research. So what you are looking for, that's why for me, it's either you download the article or you come to NPDI articles are free, they are open access. So you come to site. From site, you can copy from here now. If you those of you that know want to do manual referencing, so you can do site, just copy this. If it's upper style, you can even click here, copy. If you click this icon, it will copy automatically, or you can just highlight the whole thing and go and paste in your device, in your Microsoft Word or stuff like that. So, but for me, I always like to use my own tool. So most of the times I download, or I can download RIS. If you're using EndNote, you can download EndNote. If you're using BibTeX, you can download BibTeX. But most of the times I download either the PDF or I download the RIS. So the RIS is what I will now import in my Mendeley, and of course, I will write without issues. So what it means is I keep this article in my own repository so that in the future, I'm not looking for it every now and then. All right, so for, like I said, from the title, it makes sense because this is reducing heavy metal concentration in soil and water using phytoremediation. All right, so someone that said I want to do, someone talking about literature review, I will show you now how to review this to see if it makes sense later. So these are the things it said, so you can scroll through. But for me, I don't have time, please. So I just know that it makes sense, so I've gotten that one. This one too, I want to look at this plant very well. Let me look at this. Is Springer article, phytoremediation, a sustainable environmental technology for heavy metal decontamination. What would have paid me would be articles that studied heavy metal. This is like a review from the way I'm looking at it. Let it go. Let me look at this one. Phytoaccumulation of trace elements, cadmium, cobalt, copper, by Nicotian, Glauca, and apologies to biology. Like I said, it's not my field, but that does not mean I cannot do research in your field. So growing in a technological developed on legacy mine waste. Okay, this one is on mines. It makes sense. So let me look at this article. Yes, okay. You can see that what I read earlier is the same thing I'm seeing here. There are times it gives you some topics that does not make sense. So I actually have for Springer, I have access to some of them. Then this article is open access. If it's open access, you can download. If it's not open access, it will ask you to subscribe. So you can, for me, if I can use your article, then you don't get citation. So that I look for another article that makes sense. It's not compulsory I use your article. So you can download this as well. You can see I've downloaded 2 articles now that make sense, and I'm keeping them somewhere. Okay, so the next thing we have is we'll go back to our work. This one is research progress of the detection and analysis method of. This will make sense because it helps me discuss my method. Why? Because again, you can argue novelty from method. You can argue novelty from different perspectives. So by understanding what others have done or what the methods are, this will help me in writing my methodology in one or two. Because again, your method might not be novel. Somebody has used it before. So tell us what they got using that method and why is your own result a bit different or in agreement. So I think that topic makes sense. So I'm going to download that again. Research progress of the, so you can see that so far now GPT has given me citation. I didn't ask for citations, but he's confident of what he's doing. He knows the topic because I've been able to we are conversing. He's not prompting. If it's in prompting, I will now have to prompt again, give me a citation. But I've given it a narrative. In fact, when it comes to research, we use the narrative aspect, the narrative flow. Communicate, narrate, tell us, explain it, tell the story. In fact, story. You can see my story. I'm making your story is too long. My story was not long, but see what my story is giving to me now. It has built my research question, which I did not ask for. It has given me an idea for my objectives. And now I'm seeing studies or articles that I can use for my research. That's why I tell you conversation engineering is the way to go. Forget about prompt engineering. It makes you dull. But if you want to get involved, look at it so far now. We started this discussion 12:30. This is almost 30 minutes. We have not even gotten into the nitty-gritty of the work. We are just brainstorming. So brainstorming can take a day. Brainstorming can take 2 days. You're looking at the work. How do I approach it? Which aspect? How do I? And within 2 weeks, you are done. Because once you brainstorm and you brainstorm well, now I am gathering articles I will use for my literature review. I'm gathering articles I will use for my citations. That's what I'm doing now. As I'm brainstorming, I'm getting articles already. So I'm looking at, okay, this thing makes sense. Research progress of, okay, then I come here, look for site, or you can download the PDF directly. So I've downloaded the PDF again. That's 3 PDFs. That makes sense. And you ask one student to go and check. They'll tell your guy, we didn't see anything. But ask yourself, if you're using AI, have you done research like this? You can see that what you are doing is not research. This is how to do research with AI and ChatGPT. So we continue again. This is the last image. Heavy metals toxicity in plants, understanding mechanisms and developing coping strategies. It's a review, but I think it makes sense also. If I understand toxicity in plants, the mechanism, because was talking about how is this thing being transported. You know, I told you before, it's part of the objective, but I'm trying to skip it. But there's no way I will not discuss it if I'm trying to explain my results, because you have to explain how did iron go from the soil to the stem, from the root down to the stem and enter the plant. You must defend it. So I think this article can be good for me. So let me also click on that one. Heavy metals toxicity. So again, when you click on it, be sure that the title you are seeing and the title you saw here are the same thing, because there was a title you saw here that made you come here. So most of the times, the titles are always different, and that's where it begins to hallucinate. So I saw that the title there, title here of the article, they are the same. So I'm sure I can download that article. So now I have 4 articles. I have not even started the work, but you can be sure that by the time I attack this work, in fact, the editor, the reviewer that will read it will just like, wow, wow, wow. So let's continue. I'm not sure we can finish this today because it's a long flow, but I hope you're getting the highlight. So it said all of this. It says, okay, some metals. So one of these things is saying, note them. And these are what you want to do with this. Is that not why you're going to read textbooks before? You want to know. Look at it now. It's telling me some metals, cadmium and zinc, are highly mobile. So which means they move. Living vegetables like ewedu. So you know ewedu, wow, can accumulate significantly in leaves. So it's discussing something. But again, that's its own discussion. I'm still going to wait based on my results. But at least I'm getting an idea of what I want to do and how to do. Sometimes what I do before I start a research or give a student a research topic, I discuss with ChatGPT, then I will tell it what are the experiments we must carry out. Because sometimes you find that you would have finished the research and you want to write, you find that, okay, you not take care of some experiments. And you cannot, look at it now, it talked about biotranscription factor, and bioaccumulation. So which means there must be some values I will need to actually have this to be able to compute these two factors. So if I've not taken them into consideration during the experimental work, I'll have issues when I'm trying to discuss. But again, I will see if how I can manipulate that. So your study design, sampling strategy, okay, is asking me I must have a dump site. I must also have a control farm. Well, it's possible. I can argue that. I can decide not to do a control farm. Why will I have a control farm? Well, I might just have different locations. I just want to argue. So it's arguable. Somebody say, will it fly? It will fly. It depends on how you argue your results. So somebody can say, you must have control. I can argue no control because what I'm looking for does not concern the control. What I'm looking for is the fact that does the heavy metal accumulate? If the experience of course, somebody can argue to say, because again, research is argument. It's about how you put your argument forward. So if you argue convincingly and you knock me off, fine. If you can't knock me off, then you could do what I asked you to do, or I reject your work. You know, so but again, it's safe to actually have a control farm. But how do I get a control farm? Because most vegetables are grown. The only thing I can now do at a control farm, what I did was we now have 3 locations. A location that is far from the heavy metal source, you know, then of course those are closer to the source of the heavy metals. And that's what it talks about here. Multiple locations, replicates. Don't just pick one source. Pick more than 2 or 3, then you find the average. And of course, I will be analyzing the soil, because if I want to say there's heavy metal, that metal must be found in this soil. Then I will also analyze the plant sample. So if I analyze the soil and I'm saying, for example, uranium, maybe sodium in the plant, and that sodium is not in the soil, then the researcher will query you that, bros, where did sodium come from? Because whatever the plant is taking should be from the soil. And that's your argument. So you begin to see where you argue. So if you are now actually having a foreign material, the researcher queries you to say, where did you get this from? This was not part of what you were looking at. So those are the logic. So again, that's why we know if somebody has not, then again, look at it now, it's telling me what tool I need, AAS or ICP-MS. Of course, ICP-MS is expensive. So what we did was AAS. And with AAS, I have limited heavy metals I can test for. But with the ICP-MS, it can test for everything, but 50,000 per one. How much is Tinubu paying for salary? So it has said that, and of course, these are the risk assessments that I can discuss. So I'm okay with this. I think I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. So research findings, suggested Q1 level title options. So I've not even told you I've done the work yet, but we are brainstorming. Okay, suggested Q1 title option. So it can even suggest a title, but I don't want this. I want to control. So it agrees with what I'm doing and says, okay, that it can actually flow. All right, so now I come back to my prompt. So what I did before was to say this is what I've done. The research stemmed from the fact that I saw this, okay. Now I need to gather my literatures that I want to use. So if you can actually ask it to gather for you, but for me, I use something else for my literatures. So how do I structure my literature? Are there studies that have done a similar research? Can you list like 10 with their DOI with links to their DOI? Like I said, don't worry about the grammar. It knows what you are saying. So, okay, so yes, a quite number of studies have examined this. Okay, so this is where you begin your search. Heavy metal contamination of vegetables and assessment in urban agriculture. Okay, so let me confirm if this is correct. So you click on it. Sometimes when it's giving me some of these flags, I know it's having issues with the link. So you can copy or you can open from here. Let me close this ones I've done before to save space. Since I've downloaded them, I don't need to open them. So that's why you see me closing them. You close. Okay, so this one is an Elsevier journal. So which means if you don't have an Elsevier account, you cannot. Well, actually, I have an account through my affiliation. So arsenic availability in rice. Now you see what I'm saying. Let's see. Was that the title? Here you see now. This is where we have issues. It's already hallucinating. The title is heavy metal contamination of vegetables and risk assessment. So what made me click on this link was I was expecting this title. This even live, so it's not as if it's recorded. This is what is happening live. So now see, what is it giving me? Arsenic availability. So it's not correct. Of course, the journal name is correct. This is environmental pollution. This is environmental pollution, but the DOI points to another. The DOI is correct, but the DOI and the title does not match. So that is why you can't rely on this. So these are the things. That's why for me, when it comes to literature reviews that I want to use, I don't use GPT. What do I use instead? Well, you can use SciSpace. Remember the SciSpace we talked about? Yes, that's what it's good for. It's basically for literature review. So that's why you must know. You see, the reason why you have issues is because you don't know the tool to use. Every tool, one tool, a jack of all trades, master of none. Tools are designed to be used separately. So you must know the right tool you are using. If you're not using the right tool, you will not get the right thing you want to get. So I come here and ask my question. Now, this is how you do. Find me. So you can see these are some prompts now. These are prompt guys, prompt engineering. Of course, yeah, you might do prompt engineering. But when it comes to the writing, it has to be conversation. Even here, I can also engage in conversation. I can disagree, I can agree, or I can control, but it's mostly prompts that you will do here. Find me research articles that investigated heavy metals in plants cultivated on dump sites. So you can also say, find me research articles. You can say, find me 10. You can also specify the year. You can specify the range. You can do that here as well. So let's go. So let me bold what I've written so far so that you can see that. Okay, that was my prompt. Find me research articles. So you don't need to start copying what somebody else has. Just write what you're looking for. Just type it the way you understand it. Even if it's broken English, type the broken English. The GPT got you covered. Can I shock you? The guy knows Yoruba. He can speak Yoruba. You'll be shocked. So if it's Yoruba, you know, write it. It will help you convert it. You will even see if it's Hausa, you can speak it there. It will be able to, if you can communicate better in Hausa, that thing that is in your mind, type it there. If it's Igbo language, type it there. If it's Chinchon, type it there. It will convert it and tell it, give me my output in English. It will convert it to English for you. That's how fast, how good the guy is. So see what we have. Again, it's your duty now. See, that's what I'm doing. That's why I said research. GPT does not make you lazy, because I have to verify these links he's giving me, and I don't have to spend more time. If the link is correct, the information here is correct. So what I do, I click on one of them. I want to use that one. Open the link. Let's see. Heavy metal concentrations in plants growing on solid waste disposal site. In fact, we'll say I must use this article because this guy has done part of what I'm looking for, and it's even recently published, 2025. So does this match heavy metal? So you can see that it match. This is the title here. Let me zoom in so you can see clearly. This is the title. Heavy metal concentrations in plants growing on solid waste disposal site. And of course, that's the same thing I see here. You can see it here as well. And so it matches each other. So what do? Download the PDF. Well, you can request from the authors. Let me see. I don't need to request from author. So what I will just do is click on this URL on the link. So I don't need to read it. For the fact that it has captured it, it means it makes sense. So I will just download it as well because I need it for my citation. I'm looking for the download button. So there is here, or download from here. So how many articles now? 5 articles. Of course, the guy is predatory. It's a predatory journal. Well, but it concerns what I want. It's not my concern. So it's, you can see from the designs, all this, you know, is man. Okay, so apologies to University of Benin Kebbi, but we know. Well, you even try that you have a Zendo account, which is a doer, is also good. But I don't know if that's this much. Maybe that design is poor. So my judgment might be poor. Except I verify again, but it's possible they are indexed. But of course, one thing is it will be indexed in Scopus. It might not be indexed in Google Scholar, might not be in Scopus, but at least they've done fine. So it's even a bulletin. So, but I'm not concerned. I'm concerned about the interest of what they got, because that's also what I'm doing. So I've gotten one article to what I have. So that's SciSpace. Now, the beautiful thing about SciSpace, you can see, it tells me the key insights that this is what is in this research. Plants collected from a dump site accumulated what? Lead, cadmium, and copper. Some levels were within WHO limits. So which means if I'm looking for the WHO limit, this guy has already done that job for me. So I can use it to say, okay, this is the WHO limit for lead, cadmium, and copper. So you can see that diagram I got earlier, this guy identified 3 of them. Copper is there, lead is there, cadmium is there. So, but bioaccumulation risk, so which means the guy also did a bioaccumulation factor, and food chain transfer were highlighted. Okay, so let's look at that, and that's something checks me. So for literature review, you'll be surprised that this is the only thing you need, and you will now rewrite it. That's what you're looking for in the literature. Then you begin to look for the values. That okay, what percentage of lead did they get? So you cannot draw a table where you write their own lead, the percentage they got, and your own study. And you can just summarize that work in a table. So I can get 10 authors or 15 authors that have done something similar, and I will put a table to summarize their results and put my own result by the side and say, okay, we all agree or we all disagree. You get? So that is what you have. But this work can even go better to a Springer paper. Of course, Kebbi must also do something. So, but that's what you have. You have that option of expanding the scope of the discussion. You know, so that's what you have. Then again, SciSpace is able to even give you more. You can explain the abstract. You can see, yeah, you can click abstract. I don't know, it has an issue there, but that's issue with sometimes with these things, formatting issues. It has formatting issues. But that's not my concern. So here at this side, this is another AI. So don't think AI is stuck with ChatGPT. As I said, it depends on what you are using. This guy is more for literature review. If you want to review literatures, this is your best guy. But the issue is you have to pay. It has limited versions of what you can do. That's what I will do that will tell me it's only one I can do per day. And that makes it frustrating. But I found other devices I use for my stuff. So this is abstract. It's explaining. You can see that summarize the abstract for you. This paper investigates the presence and the concentration. So instead of you trying to pick what it has, what the author wrote, this guy has even done better. And so how will you get flagged? You can't get flagged for similarity because it has written it in his own words already. So there's none of the author's words. It has summarized the article. Then I can also pick, when I'm writing my own, I can rearrange this arrangement. I can say, okay, instead of this paper, I can say this study. I've changed the phrase. But what you agree with me that this word, this paper investigates these 4 words are commonly used. So if your paper, your article, your sentence starts with this word, the likelihood of being flagged for plagiarism is high. Not because you copied, no, but because the term you used is a common word other people are using. That is what is flagging you for. You are using what many people are using. So not that because, of course, then the question is, what does one expect me to use? Well, that's what the problem is. That is why sometimes all these tools also have their own deficiencies. And that's why I get angry when colleagues try to defend these tools passionately. The same tool generates a text. Another tool will tell you that text is AI generated. And that same guy will now tell you, come and pay me to humanize for you. I mean, what are we arguing about? It's a question of understanding ourselves. Does the research reflect the work? Does it transmit? Does it pass the message I want to pass? People can use AI and still write rubbish. Just the same way, a student, you can give student answer on the board. The student will still copy rubbish and give it back to you. And you are wondering, where did you see what you wrote here? It says, what you wrote. What did I write? I know what I wrote there now. So it's not a tool, it's a person. If you don't know how to do research, AI will not make you better. If you are lazy, AI will not make you better. AI will only amplify your laziness. But if you're a serious researcher that knows how to read in between the lines, AI makes your life better and makes you everything you do to make more sense. So I can change this word to say this study explores. Investigate is a very common word. Explore is not too much used. And that's what you can actually ask ChatGPT to say, ChatGPT, I want to use this word, let me paraphrase, but use words or use keywords that are not common. So the guy knows what he's looking for. If you just say paraphrase, it will still repeat a keyword that is common and you still get flagged. So you must tell it, use keywords that are not common, but that can help your study. So it knows how to rearrange. And of course, what we are doing in paraphrase, you can say, okay, you can just rearrange this paper, this study, to investigate the presence of this thing we used. You can change the reported speech. You can change the active sentence. Before Grammarly was flagging active sentence, to tell you you must use active. But I think so far it has stopped that. They also, all these tools are also they are also being trained. They are also getting to become better. So it's not as if they are you don't have to rest or depend on their judgment. They don't have the final say. You, as the researcher, have the final say. And look at it now. They have told me the objective of the research. The primary goal of the study was to investigate the heavy metal concentrations in plants. So from this alone, this objective matches what I want to do. So I will agree with its use. That's why I'm picking this article, because from the objective alone, it agrees with what I even set out to do. So look at the methods. Plants were collected from sites. The samples were analyzed for using AAS. So you also use AAS. And I'm also using AAS. Good. What did they find? They find this. It has summarized the whole article for me. So why do I need to read the article anymore? And I can show you, I can tell you 100% this summary is correct. Go and read the article. It's correct. So now, what I would have spent a full day, and God help you, you are not fasting. God help you, your wife did not offend you. God help you, your children did not disturb you. God help you, for never did not take your light. You will get frustrated. But now the guy has summarized the whole thing for me in less than 1 second. It has given me the key findings. This is what they found out. So I can copy this and keep. I don't even need to copy it. I know when I start arguing, I know how to look for it. But again, if you're the type that likes to write by yourself, this is what you can do. You don't need the AI to write for you. You can begin to use this, pick your words, and begin to put one article at a time. Then you come about implications. Okay, these implications is not compulsory. Recommendations is advocating for that. Then again, I can interact. What are the limitations? Find me the research gap. So I can come here and say, find me. So you can see what I'm doing. I'm trying to zoom in so you can see. Find me. So if you want to do high quality, you will pay. So I'm here. Find me the limitations of this study. So it goes to work. It's scanning the literature. It's also searching for citations. Okay, so I go through it. Sometimes it also hallucinates. You can say, okay, it says why the abstract does not detail the number of plant species analyzed. Total samples were not collected. Okay, fine. I'm not reviewing. So what I'm looking for is a gap in knowledge. The abstract states plant obtained from Moja, but does not specify the exact sampling locations within the dump site. So maybe it did not use latitude and longitude. So it becomes an argument for me to say study A, as good as it was, did not provide a sampling location for that study. So I have knocked off a study with that just single line. So because the guy can argue it's not new, but I can tell you that the work is new because the first guy that did it did not even tell us where he got it from. So you could have been a fabricated data. The data could have got it from anywhere because the locations are not, because a research must be reproducible. I must go to that same location, pick from that same spot, and get what you got. That's it. So I method he used AAS, and I want to use ICP-MS, and I can define why ICP-MS is better. AAS, he has limited number of study can take. Of course, many studies use them because they are pocket friendly, but of course, ICP-MS is more expensive. But it can give me more sample, more methods that are not even known. Lack of control samples, you can see. Even this guy does not even the control sample. This after does not even mention if a control plant. So that means, so you can see last time I told you I can argue. I can try to use a control or not use a control. But of course, this guy has also flagged it that there was no control plant. There was no control sample used. Without control sample, it is harder to definitely attribute the observed heavy metal to. So when you are looking to puncture, because the thing you are doing when you are doing a review is one, summarize in a paragraph. For those that are doing thesis, summarize in a paragraph what the article you are doing, you are looking at, what did they do, what method did they use, and what result did they get. That's the three things you are to do with literature review. What was the research all about? What method did they use to solve it? And what was their findings? Then you will now come at the end and knock them on the head that say, despite this, they failed to address A, B, C, D. So you now can address this as, okay, despite this method or this research used AAS, but AAS has been shown to have this limitation. My own study is using ICP-MS. I hope we're getting the concept. You can argue from method perspective. You can argue from the result. You can say, okay, the result they got has some issues. The result, this one is saying that the result they got, there was no control. So that means it's harder to definitely attribute the observed heavy metal concentrations solely to the dump site. It could have been from the plant itself. We don't know how the seed was cultivated. We don't know. So we must actually have another sample that is somewhere else that we can compare. So you're going to see logical discussions. And this is over an hour. We have not even started the writing. So that is how you converse with AI. So not AI, as you can see, my knowledge, I am not a science, I'm an electronics expert by training, but you see me flowing into different fields. I can understand once you have a PhD, except you got a PhD somewhere else, there is no article, there is no subject you cannot understand. There is no subject you can deviate into any field because you are a master of a particular field. So it becomes easier for you to apply your field in other areas. So the bioavailability and speciation, the study measured total heavy metal. So we talked about this. These are also earth risk assessment. The abstract mentioned potential threats to human and animal health. It does not provide details on a formal earth risk assessment, such as calculating. So these are areas you can knock off. That your own study will calculate the daily intake. Your own study will have a hazard quotient. So you are saying, okay, this person did not do this. So sometimes pick literatures that you know you can knock off. It's not because there may be 1,000 people that have worked on this. Don't look for strong literatures, look for weak ones. So I can confuse your supervisors and stuff that this thing is researchable. That's why I like those pediatric journals, because a pediatric journal will not pay attention. That's why that guy was able to put, because if it's a Q1 journal, it will not fly. All these things that are missing will be returned back to you to go and do. They will not take it from you. But because it's a lower Q journal or a pediatric journal, they don't mind. Just publish anything. So it's sometimes, for those of you that are doing thesis, it's always good to look for all these pediatric journals and use them as a literature review. Attack them. That so the A has done this, but this and this were not done. This and this could not be explained. The method they used was faulty. Look for something in that article to attack. And that's where you get your novelty from. Once you get something to attack, you already novelty. Okay, my own study now is going to address this thing. That is the knowledge gap. This guy who did this, but he did not address this particular question. So my own study now will address this. I will use so and so method to address that. So that's a literature review. So so that's that we have. So there are still other articles here. Impact of dump site on heavy metal concentrations in soil vegetables. Again, I'm concerned about the year. These are good years, so it's okay for me. And I like the spread of the years. Impact of dump site on heavy metal concentration. This is in Akure. Okay, let me download this one too. So you open it. Again, I check. You can see the title matches what I was looking for. Okay, so I go to the journal. This is a preprint. It has not been published yet, so I can use a preprint. So you can see this is a preprint. Once you see Research Square, this is a preprint. It has not been published, so I cannot. Of course, it has a DOI, but it has not been accepted for publication, so I can't use it, except if I look for areas to show it has been accepted. But if it has been accepted, it should be able to tell me. But if it's not showing me, I can't use a preprint. So I will knock this one off. I don't want it. Or the other thing I can do is to go and search for it on Google itself and see if that work has actually been published. Because it's possible it's published, but it was a preprint. But it makes sense because that's somebody looking at it from Akure, and me, I'm in Osun. I want to argue from Osun. Impact of dump sites on heavy metal is a preprint. This has not been published, but I'm seeing another one here. Dump site compost on heavy metal. This is in Kaduna. Okay, this one has been published in Springer. Yeah, so this one is okay. Let me see the journal. So what it means is if I also want to publish, I can publish my work here, because if they could accept this one here, then it means I can also publish from here. So I go ahead and download. So how many articles do I have now? 5. I've downloaded 5 research articles, which makes sense. So I'm building my base gradually. And what I'm going to do later is I'm going to limit my citations to those articles. So that way, the journal, the AI does not start looking for sources. It limits whatever I want to extract, both for the introduction and stuff. The initial review will be from these areas that it will argue from. Okay, so you go ahead. You can see that's why you see, so far, you see me, I'm not reading the article. The only thing I'm concerned about is the title. If the title aligns with what I want, I'm okay with it. Then decide how many articles do you want? 10, 20, 30. So I'm gradually building my articles I want to use for my discussion. So this next one, this is the one, okay, this one is impact of dump site derived compost on heavy metal accumulation in maize. This is the one I downloaded now. Okay, this one's another one. Okay, so this one can make sense. Let me see, Gideon et al. Unfortunately, it's more in Nigerians that are studying this, but I'm sure we have others from other countries. It's just bringing for me. You can ask it to increase the numbers. This is also a preprint. I don't want a preprint. This is a preprint, so and that's the bad thing about SciSpace. Most of the times it gives you preprint articles. You begin to see why I said you don't want to depend on them. I'm going to show you another tool I use. I used to use this before, but these are the challenges I was observing. So, but the tool I'm using right now, I do that because my affiliates subscribe, they pay for that for me. So you get quality results. So, but this is a good work, but it's a preprint. It has not been published yet, so I'm not going to use it. I'm going to discard it. But like I said again, you can click on it and find out if actually it has been, let's see if it has been, because this 2024, so it should have been published now. So let's search for it online. It should have been published if it's 2024. Maybe it was published under a different title. Yes, it has been published. This is it here. Impact of dump site on the, let's see, let me see, be sure it's the one. Okay, this one is another one. This is the one we just downloaded. Okay, I mean, that's the one we downloaded now. But I think the guy had to rearrange. You can see, I guess a lot of things happened here. The preprint now was changed. Even from here, you can still see a review of articles, a review of heavy metals accumulation pathways, sources and management. So I need this. Yeah, I like this because it also helped me discuss some things. So I'm compiling them. So while you are searching, you can still be seeing some articles that make sense. Geochemical determination. This is for those guys in geology. I don't want that. I said I have to start explaining the soil. That's not my concern. Human activities caused CD and AD arrangement in agricultural soils. This is in China. Human activity, well, I can use it for a citation. Let's see. So you can see me. Why I am downloading the PDF is because if you feed ChatGPT with the PDF, you will get good results. But if you feed it with a link, it will hallucinate. So that's why I'm downloading the PDF, because it's the PDF I will feed it with when I'm building my research. So I say I'm not, in fact, when I'm done, I'm even closing them. I'm not even going to read it. I'm not going to read it. But that is its job. It will read it and extract what I want. As long as I've confirmed that the information I want is there, and it has some points, I know why I brought it there. So when it's developing for me, I will be able to see what it's doing and see if it's agreeing with what I actually have in mind or not. So we still have the issue of heavy metals. We still have the issue of assessment of heavy metals in soils and plants and refuse dump. This is in most states. Let me see. I hope it's not another preprint. It's becoming annoying seeing different preprints. This one now is bad. I don't have the link. There's no DOI, so definitely. So this begin to see what I'm saying. Chat, these things, if you don't pay, that's the issue with the size space. Sometimes what it gives to you might not be what you want. Okay, this is the article here. Can I download from here? It's a PDF file. Let me see. Okay, yes, there's a download here, so I can download from here. It makes sense. Assessment of physical chemical characteristics. So you can interact with any of this. You can see, you can chat with this by clicking on it. You can say explain text. It will explain the text for you. You can summarize. You can even get you more articles that are similar to this. But I like to do my thing manually. So let's explain text. Okay, I hope it's not boring. I hope I don't know what's the problem. I could not again. So again, I see that they are using Copilot. So you can see that all these guys too, they are just using another tool to make money. So it's not as if they are special. So I can just bypass this guy and go and find Copilot and type the same question there. But so it's not making me to pay when of course I'm paying for his time anyway because he's trying to help my life. But again, there's no special tool anywhere. So please try again after some time. It's telling me because my money has finished. I have to pay. And me, I don't want to pay. I have other tools I can use. So that's just what you have. That's the challenge. That's the limitation of size space. You have to pay for it. Then there's this guy, the last one. Before I go to somewhere else. I think we've done this. We've done this. I think this before. So that's what you have. So it has articles. So again, it's able to summarize the studies for you. Remember, we're able to find out number 2 does not exist. And number 3 is a preprint. Number 2, 3, and 4 are preprints. Okay, 2 and 3 are preprints. And of course, we got something else. So it's able to summarize the literature. So you can pick your summary from here and write. So you can can be sure that whatever is summarized from you here is not the same way the author wrote it in their manuscript. It's different. It's different. So I can use these words. I can be sure it's okay. There's no way you flag it for plagiarism. It's not possible. But of course, there might be some words, like I said, that are similar in terms of arrangement, the way they come. Then those ones you can always manually. But of course, the results I will get is different. So there's no way we will get the same thing. So that's just what we are looking for. I just want to confirm that somebody has done the work. What method did they use? Then, if you are making statement of fact, you have to reference such. So this is their conclusion. Metals like cadmium and lead are especially concerned due to the high mobility. Remember at that time I was talking about my objective. How does these metals affect humans? It has been able to give me a clue here that they move easily. And of course, we saw that earlier sometimes before. ChatGPT was right when it was saying that cadmium and lead, they are highly mobile and toxic. So these findings highlight serious safety and public health risk, especially the need for monitoring, regulation, and safer agricultural practices around waste disposal sites. All right, so you can do some other things here. Systematic review of heavy metals and dub sites. I've not done this before, but because I do my systematic review elsewhere, I don't trust it because of why I don't trust it is because you have to pay. And if I'm paying for a thing, it's not going to give me the kind of result I want. At the end of the day, it's going to start frustrating me. So I don't always like using it, except where I pay, where I know I pay. But let's go back to our ChatGPT. So that's the guy you use for your literature review to build the literatures you want. So I go back to what we're doing before. Now I want to use Scopus to gather information. So I can come here and say, okay, I have access. Let me make this also bigger. Okay, I have access to Scopus database, to Scopus subscription. Provide me prompt to search for relevant literatures from the Scopus database. So for me, I want to argue to say, okay, so many studies have not done them because, you know, Scopus, they have these pride. Most of them time they tend to reject articles. So it's possible if I go through the database, I will find some gaps. But again, I don't know my connection. So if it's behaving like this, you have to refresh. Okay. So this conversation going on, this engagement, this is how to use your AI. This is how you interact. This is how you get the best from it. It's not just one lazy man approach. You know, you are communicating, is querying things for you. You are knowing where to go for the right information. You are knowing what to use. In fact, like I said, what we're doing now is still brainstorming. I've not even started. So the first thing is not to go and start writing articles. No, that's not research. Research is you must know what you are doing. You must know what is the literature behind the article you want to write. You must know the problem you want to solve. Does it make sense? If it does not make sense, AI can help you make it make sense. You know, you must know, okay, is there really a problem? How do I approach these issues? You know, these are brainstorming we are doing, and that's what we are doing. So we have not even started the article. So because you can't start an article when you have not brainstormed. Now, because we are brainstorming together, by the time I ask it to start generating, now you will see that everything it will write will make sense. Because it knows what I'm thinking, it knows what I'm expecting, it's seeing the way I am looking at literatures, it's also watching me keenly, it's seeing the way what I'm looking at. So now I see what it's saying here. It said, great, since you have a Scopus access, the key is to use advanced Boolean search strings that pull high quality relevant Q1 papers while avoiding noise. Most of those that are downloaded from SciSpace, they are noise. I told you they are noise because even from SciSpace alone, you can see the way it punctured the article itself. Such articles will not make a Q1. And my target is not predatory. My target is not Q4. My target is what? Q1. The worst that will happen is a Q2. So that is how you prepare yourself. So I go here and I'm looking at what it has said. Okay, the keywords: heavy metals, trace metals, vegetable. These are the things. Then, of course, I just copy here. Then you go to Scopus. So this is your Scopus page. Just go to scopus.com. You must have an account in Scopus. So if you don't have one, it's free. You can create one. Once you have an SCV account, any account, you can use it in Scopus. So you must have an account in Scopus. Then you can do your search here. Now, there's this beautiful tool here. I don't know if you have time. This is the new thing I use for my literature review, Scopus AI. Scopus AI, we'll come back to that keyword later. Now, Scopus AI allows me to find relevant articles or literatures. And of course, it also explains the literatures for me. So what I do is you ask a question. You can also give it a prompt engineering to say, okay, find me literatures that address so and so. Or you can say, okay, does heavy metals, okay, let's ask something. Are there Apologies. Okay, sorry, I've not been checking my. I see, Dr. Umar, you want to say something? Let me disable you. Sorry, I've been the one. I don't mind me. I enjoy what I was doing, so I didn't come to this side to even see if there was any hand up. Okay, Dr. Umar, you want to say something? Okay, I think there was an error. All right, so you can see me. I've not gotten bored. It's almost 3 hours now. I've been here. I've not had breakfast. Okay, I've had breakfast. I've not taken tea. I've been taking water, but it's been enjoying. In fact, you are muted, so it's only if I'm talking now. I don't even know whether you're hearing me or not, but you could see the passion with which I'm doing what I'm doing. I love it. I can stay here for days. In fact, I can stay in my room for 2-3 days. I don't go out, except I'll just stand up, go and find food because we must eat, and I come back to the study. I'm enjoying this thing. We are deliberating, we are discussing. But if I'm doing prompting, you will get bored. You will not get results. But because I'm conversing, it's making sense. We are flowing together. I'm going from one side to the other. So we are now in this Scopus AI. You can see it's there, explore topics and discover. And of course, because it is Scopus, I know that whatever is coming out from here is top-notch. It's quality research. So they have to develop their own Scopus AI. So that's why I find that these days, ChatGPT cannot interact. Before, when it first came out, it could interact with articles from Elsevier, Springer, but they have disabled it. That is why if you put the DOI, ChatGPT will hallucinate. It will give you fake results. That was why you saw me downloading the article itself. If you download the PDF and give to GPT, it will give you good results. But if you give it a link, it will give you bad results, because these publishers have found a way of preventing it from accessing their database. So it will just look at the abstract that is available. It will not go into the article in total. And that is what you are looking for. You're looking for facts. You're looking for figures. So the best you can do, you see, and that's why to even use Scopus, you must subscribe to get articles. You're going to see where. That's why I've advocated to TED Fund. The money they are wasting, they should just register for Scopus for Nigerian universities and polytechnics. But they're not doing that. I don't know why. I hope somebody can listen to this and still talk to them. And that's what South Africa has. South Africa has what we call the SANLIC agreement. So you can publish in these papers, access articles from them for free, as long as you are a member of the South African university. And if TED Fund approaches these people, they will pay less. I tell you, if I tell you, one of the articles they carry here, £3,000. When we pay in South Africa, we don't pay more than 11 pounds. So compare 11 pounds. So what you are seeing, £3,000, what they pay is 11 pounds, 10 pounds. But why do they pay that? Because they have agreements. The publishers too want agreements. So one thing, okay, in Nigeria, authors can be publishing every year, and we generate a lot in Nigeria. The only thing is we don't have access. So please, let's make it viral. Let TED Fund subscribe. All these ASU and ASUP, they should talk to these guys. If TED Fund intervenes in this and discuss with these guys, forget the next 1 year, Nigerian ranking will go high. All this one that saying our rankings are low is because we are not where we are supposed to be. All this Elsevier now is controlled by Chinese. There is no journal you see here that is known by Chinese. And they are the ones that will now flag your work and tell your work is not good, when what they are even writing themselves is not even as quality as what you are writing. So let's take this conversation deeper. TED Fund needs to understand its priorities. If they are really concerned about academic tools, this is where they should be subscribing to us for us. They should do the negotiation. If somebody says, okay, pay £10, how much is $10? $10 times 1.5, that's 15,000. And my work is on a good place where I can see this. Why won't I pay? But when you see £400, £300, you get scared. So that's the secret. When you see all these countries publishing here, it's not as if they are paying that money. They don't pay that money. They don't. What they pay is far ridiculous than what you see. They don't. But there are some that we just publish. They pay. How they pay is not my concern. I will just publish open access. They will just write. Once the university say they know me, they will just publish straight. And that's why they keep inviting me to write more articles. Most of the time I get invited. 2 years ago, nobody knows my father to say they want to invite me. But today I can show you my mails, request for collaborations, request come and give us articles. I say, so you mean this thing is this easy? So when you are not using tools, you will be struggling. The reason why you struggle as a researcher in Nigeria is because you are not using tools. See what we have done so far. Is it not making sense? But imagine if you have to start going to the library looking for this kind of information, you will not even get what you have gotten so far. For so far, I've gotten my objective. So far, I've gotten the method I want to use. So far, I've gotten the name of the equipment I want to use. So far, I've gotten about 6 literatures already, and I still want to get more. So let's look at this. Let me do the same thing that I did to SciSpace there. Find me literatures that investigated the presence and impact of heavy metals in plants grown in dump sites. So you can ask silly questions, but to a researcher, there are no silly questions. Somebody can say, oh, you can go deeper, but I don't always like doing deeper. Deep takes time. And sometimes for my own little stuff, the results are not as excellent. It just wastes my time thinking what does not. So I prefer simple conversations. It's okay for me. What is deep? I don't spend time with it. So you can see it's generating, and it will interest you to know that the guy is also based on Copilot. So you see, there is no special engine. Every engine runs on something. And that's what you see the guy doing. So he's telling me the plan, how he's doing it, what he wants to do. So now look at it and let's review his results. Now, the beautiful thing I like about this reference here is correct. You can just take it to the bank. It's now left for you to see which one do you want to use. But these ones, they are good references. You can be sure of that. So let's look at this discussion. Several studies have investigated the presence and impact of heavy metals in plants grown in or near the site. Below is the status of the findings. And of course, every reference you see here is corpus-based reference. So if you want your article to limit itself, you don't want any predatory at all, Scopus AI is your best guy. The reference you will use are Scopus-based. No reviewer will argue that with you. But some reviewers will tell you, because of course, predatory journals, they will argue that the work is not well done. So why should you use it? But me, I use it to find literature gap. That's what I use it for, to argue a gap in literature. Because somebody can say it has been done, but I can always point you that thing that has been done was not well done. So it creates a gap. So look at it now. Common heavy metals detected: lead, cadmium, chromium, zinc, copper, nickel. Can you see? These are 6, and they relate with what I was looking for before. You remember when I was developing that picture that guy gave me? He gave up to 6 too. Iron was there. Where is iron? Yes, it's here. Copper. Yes, copper is here. Zinc is also here. Cadmium, there's cadmium. Okay, what else did I have? Copper, I didn't put, there's no chromium. So now I've seen another one, chromium. Good. So now I know what my students will go and search for. So when they want to go and do the analysis, I know what metals we are looking for. So I can justify the use of AAS, because all I need to use is just these 6 ones. I don't need to use the ICP-MS because the other metals are not necessary for me. These are the ones that are necessary that people have been using. Nickel, I've seen chromium. Nickel, is there nickel? Yes, there's nickel. So I'm good. I have 6. Then I think I'm seeing manganese here, but manganese and manganese really have effect on human beings. Well, I can note it. But again, I will now have to go and find out which of these metals affect. We have said before from our findings that iron and cadmium, they are mobile and they are toxic. Good. So you can see, I'm already building an argument. I've not even gone to this work. Because the first thing you do in research is not jump into the work. You need to understand what you are doing. When you see what others have done, you're able to know, because you are going to argue your work with their work. So you must know what they have done so that you can know what is left. So you must know what you are looking for. But before, like I told you, my goal is physics. Somebody can say it's chemistry. It's not chemistry. It's not. Research has gone beyond this. My field. It's not my field. That's what is killing us in Nigeria. You collaborate. the way I will analyze issues is not the way you will analyze. You can be in your field, I can still beat you in your field. Yes. And interestingly, environmental science does not limit to chemistry or mathematics. Even in civil engineering, you can still do environmental science. So environmental, even geologists. Sometimes I was telling one guy, geophysics, give us the physics, take the geo, but there's biophysics. There is all manner of physics going on these days. Because like those of us in physics, we have the pride to say that physics is the father of science. If you are doing science without physics, you are playing. You must reference us. The equipment you use, we design them. The experiment, because it develop the equipment that you will use. That's what SLT is all about. Science Lab Tech. But unfortunately in Nigeria, people don't know what they are doing. Because the reason why SLT has physics component in that place is to take care of the need of those different options. And as a physicist, you must know what is happening in those areas so you can develop the right equipment and maintain those equipment as well. So if I develop an equipment for a biologist, why do I tell me I can't write a research in that same field? But of course, I will apply physical principles to resolve that particular issues. So from here, you have the components. So CD levels in plants often exceed the recommended limit. So it means these two guys must have the limits. So you can see Journal of Environmental Engineering. I'm looking at the year. Wow, 55 citations. This is awesome, massive. This is good. So again, citations tells you if you can trust the article. So for an article to have 55 citations in the space of 5 years, it means it's got something going on. So I'm going to open it and see what's happening in that article. So this is the article. Like I said, for me, I'm not going to read it. As long as the title reflects what I want, heavy metals in soils and food, I'm just going to scan. I'm going to scan through it. Because in an article, it's not everything there that is important to you. It might just be the value. It might just, like I said, it might just be a phrase that makes sense. Other things does not concern you. Because I'm not going to write the way he has written. I only want to find out what did he do? Which method did he use? What did he get? Otto? Like now, I think his own now, he collected lead, chromium, cadmium, that's 6. He even got aluminium. So I can argue, it's already a research gap. Why is he looking for aluminium? What for? Or maybe that was what made him study Novel. Because aluminium, does it affect human beings? Well, he has to prove that. But unfortunately, again, okay, he also used AAS. You can see this is the method the machine used, AAS. Good. The result he had, he got this range for lead. Oh, that's a bit high, but I don't know how high because I don't know what the standard is. He got this, he got this, he got this. So you can see even from the abstract, I've already gotten what I want because that's what I'm interested in. That's why when we talk about abstract, your abstract must be structured. Abstract is not just a summary, it's not a summary, it's you summarize all your work, introduction, your method, introduction, your problem statement, your method, your result, your discussion, and of course, your conclusion. Everything must be contained in an abstract. That's what makes it a structured abstract. So it's not you trying to repeat the whole thing. So this guy looks okay. Let me download it. Full text. View at publisher. So again, when I come here, I always try to make sure that the title I saw here and the title where I was coming from, they match. So I don't want to stress myself. So this guy makes sense. I'm going to download it, keep it in my archive. So you see, I'm building my articles gradually. So I close it. I'm done with it. So we'll go back there again to that same guy. So you can see the abstract is there if you want to go through. But again, that's for one. You know, I clicked on this one here, and it took me to that side. So for there, so you can see it's giving me articles strictly on heavy metals. So I have these 6 articles I can rely on. So again, it gives me number 4. I pick number 4 again and look at it. 7 citations. human and ecological risks assessment of soil and plants metal contamination in a tropical municipal soil waste. This is now going from another country. Good for me. So before, my studies has been Nigeria. Now I'm seeing it in another country. So which means the problem is no longer. So from this now, I can argue the problem from a global perspective. It's no longer going to be Nigeria based, because even this guy, look at the way he structured his own. He just said in a tropical municipal solid waste dump site. Fine. I already have an idea of what I can use. So instead of me saying in Ede, in Osun State, I just said no. In what tropic does Ede belong to, or does Osun State belong to? I will just use that here. Or I can say in sub-Saharan Africa, look for just keywords that make sense. So again, I'm going to download this guy, advanced manufacturing. Okay, I'll check you later. So this is the full article I'm looking for. Where is it? Where is it? Yes, I need to pay, and that's the issue with Taylor and Francis. But for me, I have serious collaborators that takes me seriously, so they pay for what I'm looking for. So I don't need to start stressing myself. It's just left for me to find them. Oh yeah, where is this guy? Stop taking time. Supposed to give me an option here, and I'm not seeing the option. Sometimes these guys can drag you and take solo. Okay, let me access through your institution. Okay, so I don't know. You can type your university or polytechnic if the name come out, if they have money. If they don't have, sorry, you have to go and see how you can make them have that. Yes. So now I can download what I'm looking for, view PDF. So if you want to collaborate, one way you can collaborate, I can help you download articles. But of course, if I'm going to get appeared in your article, I must read your article. It's as simple as that, because you can't put me in trouble, write something, and but again, if you also, we can collaborate. If you have articles to write and you don't know how to write, or you've written something, and people like us can come, I will contribute my own part, help you write the article. We agree on the auto arrangement, and I can even get funding that pays for it. So if that's something that makes sense to you, you can reach out to me. But like I said, April is full, so please permit me. I have several requests like that from different parts of the world. That's how people get authorship. So imagine me collaborating with like 50 people, 50 articles. That's what it means. So in a year, I have 50 articles already, minus the one I will do my own. So if I do 10 in a year, that's 60. But again, if we collaborate well, you get your article published on a high impact journal. Good for you. Sometimes you can get funded for free. Good for you. So there is a win-win situation. So don't die. The problem with us in Nigeria is we are too greedy and we are too selfish. Very greedy. You carry one small thing, you are frustrated, tormenting everybody. Why will I add your name to my? Well, the article you even carry said, who told you that you have done the right thing? None of us can sit down here and dismantle your article. It's not as if we also don't make mistakes. We make, but when you collaborate, you learn something new. One of the things I know today is from collaboration. I work with people from different fields. I know a little in chemistry, a little in biology, and the more you do it, because you are a PhD holder, you have access to more knowledge, you can think faster, you can see things better. And of course, in fact, once you do your master's, your thinking about academics change. If you really do your master's, whether you even do it or didn't do it well, your thinking, something changes in you. So if you are here on this platform and you have not gone beyond your first degree, I would advise you to go beyond that, because there's something that comes up at this level. Based on your age, you're able to think better, you're able to see things smarter. The only thing you need is tools that can bring out that best, that good quality in you, so that people can see it and appreciate it. This guy is taking time. I don't know, that's the problem I have with Taylor and Francis. They're always dragging their stuff. So that's what we're looking for. So if you have articles to write, we can collaborate. But make sure I don't work with falsified data, please. Make sure your data are correct. But if I don't do paid services, put my name, and I don't even do help me write, I will pay you. I don't have time for that. I have colleagues that do that. People do that. I can introduce you because somebody makes money from that. But what my goal is to show you how to do it. and how to get it done. Then if you want to collaborate, we can collaborate on that. And of course, so now I've gotten, I don't know, maybe 8 articles now. You can see I'm even losing count. I have not started the writing. I keep emphasizing that. I'm not even going to go through this for the fact that I've got this and the source is from this guy. It definitely contains what I want. So I'm not going to waste my time going through the article. I keep saying that for the fact that this guy has gone through it and it was listed here. And I saw that from that same article, I saw some things like this. Forget. So we go on to other metals. So this one is looking at impact of fly ash deposit on plant diversity. It's not relevant to me. I'm not looking at fly ash. Metal content, I don't like this. So you can see I'm making a choice. Number 3, edible vegetables grown in the vicinity of electricity. Okay, this makes sense. A study on potential health risk. So this makes sense. So it looks interesting. So I'm going to download that as well. So you see, I'm building my database. I'm building my articles I'm going to use for my research. So it's making sense for me. So I'm going to wait for it to load. It's an Elsevier article. Good. So toxicology. So for Elsevier, the guys always having issues in downloading. So you can quote the I can use the URL or this. Fortunately, time is not our friend. But I think you're getting the concept. You're getting the concept. You can say, I've not even started the work. It's possible we'll have to, maybe if you want us to continue this series, let us know so that maybe next 2 weeks, because I actually have another engagement for next week. Maybe we can continue this on the last Saturday. We have not even started the article. You see, our time has gone. We are still brainstorming. So, but so far now, I think I have 10. I have 10 articles that I've gotten so far to build my argument with. So we go back to this guy, look for more. That's the issue. You have to search, keep searching, keep searching. So number 3, I think I've done number 3. Yeah, number 3, 1, 3, 4. There's this 5 guy here. Let me see number 5. What's it saying? Heavy metal accumulation and DNA changes in plants around an electronic waste. So that's another plan. No? I don't know this article. Let me see the abstract. Sometimes when you begin to doubt the title, you have to look at the abstract. Okay, it actually measured the BCF. It had the CF, the emission factor values. Okay, it's a good one. Let me download it. You can see, just by looking at what it studied, what it reported, I decided already to download it or not. So the topic title was confusing, but the insight makes sense. At least for it to have a bioconnection factor, it means it's going to assist me greatly in that regard. So I'm going to download that. Yes. So my article list is my review is becoming much. So you can see I've gotten 11 articles already, minus the other ones I will generate too. This is just, I'm using this to prepare my literature argument. And like I told you, I will not go through them. I would not, because I don't need them to do the work. I only need to know what they did, what they got, and AI will fetch it out for me. Bioavailability of heavy metal loads in soil, groundwater, and food crops. Okay, this is also good. Let me pick this. Then again, you want to look at the consistency of the year. So you have reviews that you can see this is even more. You can see it's giving me good literatures, and that's what you're looking for, you know. And that is what ChatGPT will not give you. And I've told you the limitations of what it will, why it's doing that. So you don't need to stay. But again, all this I'm getting, you can see I'm downloading the PDF. It's still ChatGPT that will discuss them. And I've not even gone to, we copied one prompt from ChatGPT, but I've not even gone to use that yet. And I think it's time for me to start rounding up because of timing. We actually scheduled for 3 hours, and this is 2:30 already. So let me just take one more. This guy talks about the plant uptake. So I already have 4, 5, and so You can see that. So that's why I told you I was not going to go through them, but because I know the content I want, by application of lead, nickel, and zinc in some plant species. Again, this is good. 2013, well, it's good. I can use it. What are you doing in 2013? Of course, you're not the first to start the research. I actually have 2025 also. I have 2026, I have 2024. So it's not compulsory. Everything stops at that place. So that guy is downloading. Let me see. Hey, do I have subscription here? I don't know. If I don't have subscription, sometimes I just copy the abstract and use. That's why this kind of journals, they are always troublesome. But the title made sense. So I'm looking for what can I do. Open and things. Shibboleth. I think we have Shibboleth subscription, but I'm not too sure anymore. Shibboleth. Okay, I don't think. I want to find out. The article actually makes it. If I don't have, that means I will have to just save it in my abstract. Then I would interact with the abstract. Okay, we are not on this guy, so I'm going to leave it. I will save it later. So that is what we have. Heavy metals. I look at another source here, 8, which act as, let me see the title. Does it make sense? Harmful impact of heavy metal contaminations in the soil and crops. It also makes sense. And citations. Okay, so let me pick that too. Let me just pick all of this. So you can see me, I'm picking. That's the first thing we do. You pick. You go everywhere, you pick, you pick, you pick, you pick. So you download I'll save that one too. Okay. So I think I will complete the rest later. So let's get back to this guy. I was going to show you the other before I came here. I'll continue this later. I was going to show you the other scopus where you do the, remember we copied a particular keyword from, so I will use, you can use the basic search, but for that keyword I copied, you have to use the advanced document search. So you copy the string, we copied one string from here, this string from ChatGPT. So I'm going to show you how to drop that here. So you drop that here as well. So let the AI start looking for it. So yeah, it returned 483 documents. So which shows that my research is not too new. But again, I can argue, depending on what this one requires me to screen. That's why I like the other part, because this one now, I will have to screen the article myself. Draw a function of contaminated soil, enhanced mustard, rice. You can also actually evaluate from here. You can select what you are looking for. If I don't want the ones from Planet, I can remove 44 articles. Chemistry, medicine. I'll need medicine because I want to look for medical impact. So you can exclude or you can limit. So I will ask you to exclude that one. Then here, review articles. Do you want review articles? Chapters. I don't want conference papers. There's a retracted article here, 2 of them. I don't want them. Don't give me retracted articles. There's a conference paper, a book chapter. I don't want information from there. A review would have made sense, but I want to argue experimentally. So let me look at experimental articles alone. You can also look at keywords. I don't know which keyword is article. Article. Let's remove this guy. I don't want article. Article. I have soil pollution, heavy metal, cadmium. Okay, let me exclude these ones. So let's exclude those ones that we just said we don't want. Of course, the number is supposed to drop. Unfortunately, that's overtaking most numbers. It's telling me no documents matching your keywords are found. Did it change my keyword? So that's why when you're using them, you have to. Did I change keyword? I did not change keyword, but sometimes they are systems, so they tend to misbehave. So there's a keyword that is causing issue here for me. Let me research there. Let me paste. So, but the other thing you can do here is if I want to export everything, unlike where Dr. Johnson talked about last week, you have to do one. You can actually copy everything here. You come to export. You can export everything down to your Mendeley. So that way, I don't need to have issues when I want to cite. You can even export your EndNote. I use Mendeley for my reference manager. So all these articles will automatically be in my Mendeley. So I can cite directly from them for the one I want, instead of me to be copying the citation one after the other. Or you can do CSV. CSV allows you to pick all the articles. Automatically it checks this. You can uncheck them if you want, but I normally pick them. You want to pick the information about the school, the affiliations, if you're interested. But again, I like this part, the abstract and the keyword. So it picks all these abstracts and all these keywords. So I don't have time to go through 483 documents. So what I want to do is I want to export them into a CSV file. AI will now go through them. Are you seeing where I'm going? So it will now develop that literature review. The downside, however, is that it will only pick information directly from the abstract. Now you see why high-ranked journals always ensure that the abstract contains all those things, because your abstract must contain your problem statement, the method you used, the result you got, and the conclusion. So, but a predatory journal does not do that. They just write anything, and that's why you saw that side space knocking that paper very well. That the paper does not contain enough information, so it has gaps because it was looking at the abstract. So the abstract should represent the body. It should be a full representation. So, so this one we pick. I pick this one because most of the times you might not be able to pick all the articles. Assuming the only people that is even the site space itself, even the site Scopus AI, does also not go through all the articles. It makes its inference basically from the abstract to say, okay, this paper, if it contains this in the abstract, then what you are looking for is found inside. That will now guide your AI or you to know which of the articles you should download that will make sense to you. So if you've done with this, you can just now do export. Editors, publishers, correspondence address. Do I need this? No. So affiliations, no. Document title, I want it. AID, source title, volume. So you can pick citation count, I don't want. I'm not doing systematic review. I just want DOI is okay. Open access, I don't want. Publication stage, okay, it helps my AI to decide. Let me leave the open access. The source and the document type, whether it's PDF, okay. Source titles, language, editors, publisher. Okay, let me retain publisher. Affiliation, do I need that? No. Abstract keywords, index keywords. So I think I'm okay. So I will just click export. So you can see it, this side is preparing the export. So it's going to export all of those informations for me. So this is research that you're doing. You are brainstorming. We are not jumping. So the major thing is sometimes most of us have this mistake where we just jump in, jump out. We don't critically engage the AI in what we are doing. So that is why we are having these issues. We don't critically engage them. And when you engage them critically, you will find that you will be able to do better than what I'm doing. And you'll find that it's not as difficult. Of course, this export will take time. So I'm not going to wait for it. Like I said, we would continue if you want us to continue maybe another series. But I think so far we've had more to chew. So this is one is even looking at the core research. There's another one, tissue distribution, very important for my novelty. So you can still copy this one too and go to that place and look for articles that so you can say this may take longer. The file will download on. So I know it will do that. So let me go back here and try that new one I brought. Heavy metals plant. Let's see. Translocation, distribution. Wow. 3,917 articles. Where do I start from? And I've got some good articles that are this year. So this is this year articles. So you can also change the range from here. If you want to say 2020, let's say 21 to 2026, I can change. So it only gives me those articles. Even at that, I still have 1,656. How many do you want to cite? So you begin to see that you can't cite everything. You have to look for a parameter that decides what to. And the beautiful thing I do with AI is it's able to help me to know what to do. It knows the one, because I can't start going through all of this. This one does not make sense. Genome-wide analysis. So let me expunge biogenetics from this. Let me exclude biogenetics. Yes, I don't need genome. So one step pyrolysis, synthesis of a novel ion. This is like a construction. This is almost, what I need is basically on the, okay, let me, agricultural, let me exclude this too as well. Multidisciplinary, I don't want chemical engineering. I don't want pharmacology. These guys are giving me things I don't want. Let me just limit it to environmental science and still give me social science. What social science is looking for in my energy? Okay, I think to save myself, voila, let me just limit it to these two. Okay, fine. So how many do I have now? That's 1,000 plus 916 documents. Okay. So you can see us limiting them. That's the way you are doing it. So soil properties and tomato responses to sewage. Okay, this will make sense then, definitely. And it's recently published. So I'm not going to have time. Again, I'm going to, let me see if there's some exclusion criteria that I can also bring. Book chapter, conference notes. Let me limit it to articles. I have enough review. Let me limit to articles. Let's limit to articles. Okay, so I have how many now? 863. Okay, so let me export it. CSV. Pick all of this. I pick language of auditor. Okay, publisher. I don't want, I need a volume. I need those ones for my side. Okay, let's just go. So this one too will be going pari passu. So a lot of things you can do. We can see this now you controlling the research. So by the time I'm done with all of this, it's still the same AI. That's his job. I will just feed it. And I've brought your food though, come and eat it. Now look at it. What can you do with it? So that's what we are doing so far. So the next thing, I've not even gone to topic, because the next thing we will do now is to bring those keywords, those results of those things down to the AI and ask it to analyze my findings, that these are the articles I got, which of them makes sense compared to what we want to use. Then you should note them or you should flag them. So when I'm writing, I'm going to tell it to look at that article that makes sense and cite it in my work. Then from there, I will be able to pick it up from the Mendeley. And when then the other thing you must do, please don't copy and paste. Let me just say that before we leave. Don't copy like this come to Microsoft Word and paste. We don't do like that. You must type it out. That's a lazy man approach. That's why you always get flagged for AI use. Don't copy and paste. Type it out. When you are typing, you are also reading what you are writing. And that's why for me, because I type my work, I don't have to proofread it all over again. Once I'm done, I'm done. Because I know what I did. So I don't have to start going back to proofread it and say, okay, what is left, what is not left. Our colleagues, we are 15 minutes behind our time. So can I have questions? Most people have left. They will watch the recording. So permit me to stop here. I know some of you are tired. Some of you have been following. It's been only me talking. So let me get feedbacks from you. If you have something to say, raise your hand, question to ask. If it has been engaging, you can drop some reaction. You can give us some emojis. So we know that we're not talking to ourselves alone so far. So just use the emoji part. Then if you have questions, please raise your questions. So questions, please. Yes, Mr. Eddie, Dr. I don't know if I'm familiar. Dr. Eddie should be a colleague of mine. Okay, I'm seeing Dr. Olufunke. Let me unmute you. Yes, you're unmuted now. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Olufunke. If you are the one I'm thinking you are, I think you should be the one. Unmute yourself, ask your question. Dr. Olufunke Olubumuyi. Okay, it's not the one I know. Unmute, you see that page, there's a microphone. Just click on that microphone. It would unmute. Okay. Dr. Funke, who else wants to ask a question? This is the time where we interact. It's been a long day. Yes, Mr. Eddie or Dr. Eddie. Mr. Eddie is back. I think that name sounds familiar. Please unmute. Okay. Mr. Eddie, you can unmute. I've allowed mic for you. Unmute yourself. Just click on that mic. The mic icon. Okay, let me allow somebody else. Mrs. Oluwatoyin, you can unmute. You can unmute. Oh, is my timeline behind? Mr. Eddie, Mrs. Oluwatoyin, please, one of you should unmute so that you can ask your question before we leave. Okay, let's unmute somebody else. Maybe somebody will talk. Dr. Ajayi Israel. I've given access to 3 people now. Nobody has unmuted you. Or will I assume you clicked in error?
Hello, sir.
Okay, hello.
Hello,
Thank
sir.
you. Good afternoon. You have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, Ajayi Israel is my name.
Okay.
I really want to appreciate you for this wonderful presentation you have given us this afternoon. I'm sorry I came in late. I did not join the presentation that was released by Dr. Johnson last week. I only joined halfway this afternoon. I love the presentation. In fact, it's one of those things we really lack. I'm in the Department of Science Lab Tech. I'm also a chemist. Analytical chemistry is my field of profession. Sir, when it comes to the area of research, it's one of those things that we are having problem with in our area. And especially using diverse tools. I've been looking at where you are working and everything you are doing now on Scopus. The question I want to ask now, sir, is that are we to, all these things you are giving us, is it on Scopus? Because I told you I joined late. Are we to be doing all this research work, doing this search on Scopus? Are you presenting or training us on how to use Scopus? And based on the time I enter the training, sir.
Thank you so much. The interesting part is I don't know how you got the link, but what we'll do is at the end of the program, once the recording is ready, we will send it to the different platforms we will advertise from. So this meeting is being recorded. That was why I'm using Teams. We'll also upload it to the YouTube. So Dr. Johnson and Engineer Oladele's presentations are currently on YouTube. I think I shared them also. I will share them again in the comment section. Then today's recording also, we had 3 parts. We had the Q&A part, and we had this part, and we had the 4th session too. So you can always watch them also on YouTube as well, so that you can download and of course keep tabs with that. So there's no cause for alarm. You can always watch it and download as many times as you want. That's why we are trying to make sure they're on YouTube. Well, I'm not trying to train you on Scopus. I'm only trying to tell you what is better. You see, because if you have ever entered a convertible car before, or one of these big cars or all these expensive cars, and you go back to your car, you know that there's a difference why it's expensive. So the kind of food, you know, that the way you eat in a rich man's food, you just eat small, but what you have eaten is nutrients. Not so. That's what I'm trying to say. There are better tools out there. You know, the reason why you can't use Scopus is because of the paid version, and that's why I was advocating that Tech Fund should make this easier for us. These guys are stealing money for crying out loud. I'm not saying Tech Fund. Of course, Nigerian politicians are stealing money. Why can't they invest this money in academics? Pay for these tools. Well, I don't know. They will steal money and go and use it elsewhere. That does not make sense. So Tech Fund is doing fine already. I've benefited a lot from Tech Fund. In fact, most of my research, my postdoc in Asia was funded by Tech Fund. So I've told them several times, look into these areas, connect with these guys, pay for these tools, so that Nigerians can have access to them. That's what other countries are doing. But let's still hope they still do the right thing, because that is the in thing, my brother. These tools, you can see, look at the way I'm getting with Google Scholar can't give you this kind of impact. Google Scholar, you will see the way it is. You can't even download. You can't even convert. You have to be picking it one by one. How long will you do that? How many times do you have? Look at now, 963 articles. They are still exporting. And by the time they are finished exporting, it's still the same AI that will now analyze my study for me, which makes my life easier. It's still processing. You can see it. That's what it's doing. It will gather all of this information together. I will come back to the AI, and it will tell me which one is relevant and which one is not relevant. And that's what I'm doing. That's smart research. You know, but if you're using all these other tools, there's no way you have issues. The kind of information you will get will be poor, you know, and that's why it's important. So the best thing you can do is collaborate. Okay. For example, if you have equipment in your school I can use, you are not good in writing, I'm good in writing, we can collaborate. I can trust that, okay, if Dr. Ajayi handles my experimental work, the result will be superb. Good for me. I collaborate with you. Then when it comes to the writing, that's why collaboration comes. So before you know it, we are explaining ourselves. And that's where I think researchers should learn to get to currently in Nigeria. And I hope we get there very soon. I hope that answered your questions, and I hope you are okay with that. All right, you're welcome, sir. Mr. Eddie, I see you've been able to unmute before.
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. You are live and direct, sir.
Good afternoon once again, sir.
Thank you,
I really appreciate the knowledge that you are giving us. I'm working with Nigerian Institute of Science Laboratory Technology, Ibadan.
Okay.
And the link was sent to us by our DG, Dr. Ifisoi.
I knew that name.
Currently, I'm a student. I saw that name. Currently, I'm a student, a master's degree student in network and cybersecurity in the University of Ibadan.
Okay.
And I'm doing my thesis now. So whatever you are saying now is in line in what I'm doing. So I want to say what you just showed to us now is the advanced search, the last one you did.
Yes.
Advanced search.
Yes.
Can it be, because the last time someone talked about notebook LM, can we also do this literature review as we do in this Scopus and others? Can we still use notebook LM to do the literature review?
Okay.
And what is the difference between this search advance that you did with the basic advance that you've been showing us before?
Yes, thank you, sir, for that question. The basic, the search advance allows you to have more queries. You can see here you have the title, you have the keyword and. You're looking for articles that also, and in addition to heavy metals, this is type 2 of the article of the journal. This is the abstract, and this key is the keyword. So you are searching within these three phrases. So you are looking for articles that contains heavy metal in the title, that contains heavy metal in the abstract, that contains heavy metal in the keyword. Then you are also having now the advanced allows you to do all of this at the same time in a single typing. If you go basic, sorry please, if you go basic, you will find that you have to be doing it yourself. It means here now I will say, you know, this abstract article title, abstract keyword, I will say, okay, heavy metals. Then I will come here, add search field. You can change the operator here to and. It must have, you know, when you do logical operator, that means I'm looking for and or I don't want this. So you now come here again and said, okay, another keyword you want to use, or maybe I said, okay, cadmium. Now I come here again, add search. So I'm typing one by one.
Yes.
So, but with the advance, I can do all those things at a single typing at the prompt. So I can just be, that's why for me, instead of me brainstorming on this now, ChatGPT does this for me. You can see that this query I copied from ChatGPT. So because it knows what I want to do, it's able to help me build my queries well. So I'll just copy it and go there and say, look for this particular stuff. You know, now heavy metals, plants, vegetables, root or stem. If you are going to do this with a basic, it will take a long time. So why don't you have a tool that gets it done faster for you? So that's just the difference. There was something else you asked again about
notebook LM.
Notebook
Can
LM.
you use
the
it for
LM
literature
is
review?
Almost in fact, it's a good tool for literature review. It's going to do what we are going to do as well. You know, all these articles you are getting now, you can now put them in your notebook LM as a source. That was what Dr. Johnson showed us last time. So if you put it as a source, so it will now be, in fact, that's where, because sometimes my ChatGPT misbehaves with those kind of things. But I think the notebook LM is able to do better because it limits itself and it will show you in which of your article or in which of the source where it got those particular information from. So you can still do your literature review well with notebook. So what we have to do is just all these downloads we have done, you have to download those sources because it will not search for you. It's you that will bring the information you have. It will not help you locate it in that place and show you where it is. Or where, so you know, you will query it, you can say, and like Johnson showed us last week, you can even do a table that summarizes everything for you. So from each article, you can see what they did, what they did not do, what was left, and stuff like that. So you can always do that with your notebook LM. You know, so that's the basic thing you can also do with that. So I don't know. I hope that clarifies your question, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Are we okay, Doctor? Mr. Andy? All right, thank you, sir. Dr. Madu, I hope you will be able to unmute today because last week you kind of did not know where the unmuting button is. Oh, yeah. All right, Dr. Madu, please, you are the last person, just 5 minutes to go. All right, thank you. Hallelujah, you've been able to unmute. Please ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir. I want to honestly join the other people who have commended your efforts this afternoon. For me, in addition to the effort, is the passion, is heart a blowing how passionate you are about it, and it's almost contagious that one can just feel the passion with which you teach this thing. So I want to most sincerely appreciate you, sir. The knowledge you are imparting is contributing to national development in addition to every other thing you are teaching us here. So thank you so very much. We really do appreciate. I just do have a little question to ask. It was towards the ending of your presentation that you did say that that you should not copy and paste. For example, you have in the course of the conversation with ChatGPT, something of you've gotten what you want, so you should not copy it and paste. You said you type out. I don't seem to quite understand that area. Does it mean that, okay, 2 paragraphs of an item have been, content have been generated, then you start now typing it out manually? I need some clarification on that area, sir.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Let me show you one of the works I'm doing. What you do basically is you need to own your work, is your work. So there is no, it doesn't make any much sense when you start generating. So what I do most of the times is when I look, see what I want, I don't copy. I will just open Microsoft Word in addition. Then the screen, okay, Windows has this feature where I can split the screen. So I can now start typing. Yeah. So I'm looking at the two screens at the same time. So as I'm typing, I'm reading what is generating. I'm reading because at the point, it doesn't make sense for you to write and for me to copy. No, you have to, because again, one feature you should know about this Microsoft Word here is that when you type your thing, the document recognizes that is your own generation. If you copy from somewhere and come and paste here, it's also saved that the text was not from you. The text was from an unknown source. Let me say, there's a way I used to check this source. So because most of the time, so when you type, it allows you to own the research. And along the line, I can see, statement does not make sense. This statement is not what I'm looking for. But if you just copy and paste, that's why you also get flagged, because when you copy and paste, your copy from ChatGPT, it has some watermarks that are hidden that you will not know. And again, know those long dashes you used to have. Of course, I think that's stop using that long dash. So those long dash. But if I come here, there's a way I'll do my own long dash that will not be ChatGPT's long dash. You can see this, my long dash here. It's not as long as ChatGPT's own. But if you copy and paste, once I see the long dash, nobody can tell me from here to there. I will know it's AI generated. So I can decide to flag your work, that your work is AI generated. And it's true, because this long dash does not exist in the Word format. This is the longest dash you will have in the Word format. So if you do that, so the best thing is you need to type those things as it's generating from here. You just look at it, title, you do your title yourself. That way it makes you to be part. Like I said, ChatGPT is not more, AI is not what's making you lazy. You chose to be lazy. Copy and paste. You must type it and engage. Make your mistakes. That way, you know what you are typing. You are saying, okay, this thing, does it read well? Does it sound well? You manually insert your own references. You get. So that way you participate with it. You know, that's what we actually talking about. So I hope you got that aspect clearly.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. You know, one of the major concerns people do have, you know, which one person asked during the first presentation, was the issue of flagging the content as AI generated. Because from universities these days, for those who are doing their thesis and dissertation, they are still beyond the plagiarism test. They're still required to, for example, conduct AI test. You know, but with what you have said now, it makes it, there is no how any document that was manually typed by the researcher would be flagged as AI, even though he's looking at it from another reference. So it's quite understood and appreciated. Thank you so very much.
Before you go, can I shock you a bit? The anything used to flag, but the first thing you will just do is you have to make sure when you want to do for AI, I observed recently, one, avoid long sentences. So the next thing you need to do, maybe we'll talk about that at another event. Why? Because you need to understand how the AI generator flaggers work. What are they looking for? Now, I found that even when I type like this, before it was not flagging, now it's now flagging. But you know what it will do? At the first search, it will not flag. So if I now go search another article again, do an article from Turnitin again, I will now see that it will now flag what did not flag before. So that's what it is doing now. So what you do is, if you know your work is ready, don't go and be doing one by one to make sure all your work is ready, ma'am. And again, it do what we call counting. So it has percentages. If there's not say a particular percentage, you should not flag. So, but again, if it sees that more of the content, of course, for a master's thesis, it should not flag. If you follow, even if you type it yourself and you have your arguments and but avoid long sentences. So even when you are using AI to generate, ask it to generate short sentences for you. So, if, for example, now I can decide to put my full stop assessment of every metals concentration full stop. Yeah. That was what Dr. Oladele was trying to say last week. Short sentences, you do that yourself. Therefore, that's the way we write. But AI will write like 3 lines before it puts a full stop. So from those 3 lines, or those three, I can break them into 5 sentences by use. That's what even the humanizer wants to do before. So that I said you should type it. When you type it, you engage with it. You know where to put your full stop. You know where to put your comma. You know where to say, okay, this sentence does not make sense. Let me drop this here. You get. So that's the kind of but because even if you type, I've covered it before, it was not flagging. But only thing I don't know. As I said, those tools are also not reliable. They are also arguable. It's not reliable because those ones are also looking for money to make business. So they are, and they will still tell you, Tony, the same person that is flagging you will tell you, pay me, I'll help you humanize. Where does that make sense? It doesn't make any sense. So, but that's just what you have. That's one of the limitations you get. All right. I think on this note, I want to appreciate every one of you that have stayed so far, burning your data, those that joined late, those that joined early, those that left, those that left because of battery issues, power issues. I want to say thank you. I know it's not been easy, but I know that your time has not been wasted. I know that you have learned 1 or 2 things. Please help us fill the survey questions. Some people were asking for certificate last time, so if you are still one of them, I don't know if they will look at it. But again, you can also drop a chat for me if you want us to have continuation on this discussion so far. Let us know the areas you want to learn. One thing you have to understand is AI has come to stay. It is good you know how to use it. So see yourself going back to school. See this as another school you are going back to. Unfortunately, there's no degree in AI, but it's a tool you must learn how to use it. And the earlier you know how to use it, the faster for you to be able to compete with your colleagues. Don't feel ashamed. I'm not ashamed to use AI. It's not fraud. It's nothing. It's a good tool. I pay for it. It makes my job smarter. It helps me to get what I want. You can see what I've been doing this morning. Did I copy and paste? You see me going from one side to the other. That's how you use AI. And I've talked about conversational engineering. I hope this conversation will not stop here. I hope you can get back to among yourselves and you discuss as well. And of course, before you start your research at all, start with the AI. Plan the research with the AI. Discuss with it. Make it your guide. Make it your companion. Talk to it. And unfortunately, be careful. Your wife will start feeling jealous if you start spending much time with your AI. Your husband can also start feeling jealous if you start spending more time with your AI. But that's the price researchers have to pay. All right, see you next time. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.